right, all right. What up? Welcome to day 2 of the International Football Betting Conference. How you guys feeling out here? Feeling good? All right, man. Who's hungover? All right, respect, man, respect. Who's gonna book a blood test as soon as they get home? Yeah, I think some of you guys, man. Shit, last night, like 12:30, I locked my key in my room. I had to go down, get a new key. Go downstairs, and there's about 15 cappers back from the Hotel Del Rey. They were in line ahead of me, trying to sign in a second guest to their hotel rooms. Hilarious, man. They were introducing their hookers like they were their wives. Jimmy, this is Ariana. She completes me. I mean, she finishes me. Wild, man. Wild. What a wild night. Shit. Incredible day night full of free booze, food, plane tickets, hotel rooms. What an amazing treat. It was so wonderful. Can we give some love to SBR, man? How well they treated us yesterday. Unbelievable. Only piss off was that I only won $300 at the free roll poker tournament. Came in second. Got my chips in good. Bag always gets his money in good, but sometimes the bag gets sucked out on. And last night I got sucked out on by Teddy Covers. Teddy Covers sucked out. Out. Keyword is out. But he sucked out on me. That's what I want Teddy Covers to be known for. Who's Teddy Covers? Oh, he's the guy who sucked out on the bag. So I'm going to remember him, motherfucker. Man, what an amazing night, man. It truly was incredible. I loved it so much. I didn't get a chance to go to the strip clubs last night. I had to cap 15 fucking baseball games. So I want everyone to know that sleuths are not as important as my fans and capping baseball. So in saying that, my obligations are over. So gonna line up the sleuths tonight, man. All right, man, it is so exciting. Yesterday was so incredible. Incredible speakers, and today is no different. I'm so excited to introduce the first speaker, but I need to know, SBR family, man, you guys ready for the first speaker? We ready to get rolling today? We got energy in the room. Beautiful. Man, what a treat and honor to introduce your first guest. He will be talking about the evolution of sports media and how to sniff out the bullshit. And we're going to get his thoughts on the upcoming season from Fox Sports Radio and Outkick the Coverage. Please give some SBR love for Mr. Clay Travis.
Thank you. Thank you. Hope everybody's having a good Saturday morning, recovering from a fantastic Friday night. It seemed like everybody had an awesome time. My name is Clay Travis. I do a show called Outkick the Coverage, 6 to 9 a.m. Eastern on Fox Sports Radio, nationwide, 250 AM FM stations, as well as Sirius XM Channel 83. I also have done a lot of television work for Fox Sports over the past several years, and I run a website 6 years old called Outkick the Coverage, and we write and have fun there on a daily basis. And I thought we would start off kind of a surprise for everybody. I have covered this guy for years. He's one of the most entertaining and exhilarating players that I've ever seen on the field in college, in the NFL, everywhere that he played. And I want to call him up. If he's back in the back of the room now, he'll come up and hang out with us for a little bit. Johnny Manziel. So everybody give a hand to Johnny. Thanks for coming on, man. What's up? So first question everybody's got, and I'm sure you get asked this all the time. Where do you keep the Heisman Trophy?
It actually stays with my family. I had it my time in Cleveland and kept it around in the basement when all the guys would come down for the most part. But it's a heavy motherfucker. It's no joke to really move that thing around. So
you obviously have. I want to start back with your career because you're like the Friday Night Lights high school football legend. When did you realize? I was doing research on your high school career. You played wide receiver your freshman and sophomore year, I think. When did you realize that you could be a really good quarterback? Was there a game where you're like, holy shit, I'm good at this? Like almost like a Matrix moment where you recognize that the game kind of moved at a different speed for you than other people? Or did it just kind of slowly happen?
It kind of slowly happened. I think my senior year, I didn't have any offers until my senior year, so I wasn't one of those guys that had a ton of offers, freshman, sophomore, 16-year-old guy getting any offers like that. For the most part, it came slowly, and I got a chance to start my senior year. We were rednecks from a small town outside of San Antonio, and we had a really good year. We only lost one game that entire year, and it was to defending state champion, and that was when things really started to slow down. And like my third game into the season, I had a really good game. I think we threw the ball like 85 times in one game, and A&M ended up being there. And I was originally committed to go play for Chip Kelly in Oregon. It was just a little far away, and I went in state, and just ended up staying in state and going to Texas A&M.
How did Chip Kelly find you?
That's a random question. I think some people in San Antonio that we had played the year before were talking and saying, hey, you need to go see this kid outside of San Antonio. It's worth the drive. And he was really one of the only teams other than small schools that really came out and saw me.
There's a rumor and report, I've never heard you talk about it, that you and Marcus Mariota had like a workout together on Oregon's campus.
Yeah, we did.
Is that true? What was that like? I heard it was electric, that both of you guys were just unstoppable. What was that experience like from your perspective? Isn't it true?
Well, it was my junior year. I got an offer from Stanford and went to Stanford and then drove up to Oregon because they didn't give an official visit or anything like that. So we paid for our way to go up there. And I remember getting in line with this guy and, getting ready to work out and looking at this guy. And he's probably like 6'3" at the time in high school. And I look up at him and I'm like, you're going to be the receiver for today, huh? He's like, no, I play quarterback. And then
you were like, uh-oh.
I was like, oh, shit, man. I'm like 5'10". I'm just this little pipsqueak.
Yeah.
But really nice kid, from that time, I kept in touch with him and was able to, keep a relationship with him. They ended up having 3 quarterbacks commit all at the same time to go to Oregon. So it was me and him committed at the same time for a little bit of time. But, that was the first time we ever met.
That's an incredible job by Chip Kelly because he got 2 Heisman Trophy winners committed in the same class, right?
Yeah, both 3-star guys.
Both
not like we were both
3-star guys that everybody
ranked.
else wasn't looking for. And I think a lot of times because you kind of exploded on the national scene, people think you were a higher level recruit than you were. But you're a 3-star guy who had to fight your way into getting offers.
Yeah, for sure.
Did you want to go to Texas?
I did. That was originally where I wanted to go. I wanted to go to Texas more than anything.
Did they recruit you at all?
A little bit to play safety.
To play safety?
Yeah, to play safety.
So did you ever say to them, like, hey, I'm pretty good at quarterback. Have you guys looked at my film?
They had
3,000 yards.
They had 2 quarterbacks already committed, and they were kind of short up on that. And then after that, my dad wasn't going to let me, go anywhere where I wasn't playing quarterback.
So did you at any point, you said you wanted to go to Texas, like, did you at any point think, maybe I'm willing to go to Texas and play safety?
Yeah, there was definitely a point in time where I was thinking that. And then once I started getting some better offers and once I saw that, some other teams around the country were going to recruit me to play quarterback, that's when it kind of faded away.
So you go into Texas A&M, you redshirt your first year. Nobody has any clue who you are. SEC comes calling, and everything changes in terms of the attention that A&M gets. Your first game, you're on the field against Florida. Mm-hmm. What do you remember from that first game? Because, you're a redshirt freshman. You've never played in a game before, and suddenly you're going up against a Will Muschamp defense in the SEC in one of the biggest signature games in the history of Texas A&M.
Yeah, it really is a lot of a blur, that first game. I can sit back through the Heisman season and, really remember a lot of that season. And the first game of the season is the one where I really can't remember all the plays, all the touchdowns, and all the key moments of the game. But to be on College game day, the first game of the season, your first time playing in the SEC is your first start. It was electric. There was 90,000 people there. A great Florida team that had a great defense that year. A team that ended up going to the Sugar Bowl, I think they went to that year. And I think we ended up losing by 3 points. But, what an experience to kind of start off.
And slowly as that season went on, I watched every game, the light bulb kind of clearly came on with your offense. Cliff Kingsbury's the offensive coordinator, Kevin Sumlin, and you guys started to hit on all cylinders. In particular, though, there are a couple of moments that made you almost an overnight sensation. One, you went out dressed up as Scooby-Doo. How did that costume come to happen? Did you realize that it was going to be anywhere near as popular as it was in the time that, it was everywhere on the internet? We put it up on Outkick, and almost overnight you became a sensation. I think you were dancing with a girl in lingerie dressed as Scooby-Doo.
Yeah,
Did you know when you were out that was any chance that was going to go viral like it did?
No, because I think at the point in time, I just played a couple games. We were just a bunch of kids going out getting drunk on the weekend. It wasn't anything that we really thought of. We were just trying to have fun and enjoy the time that we had in college for sure. But a pretty funny moment to look back on for sure.
How did you pick the Scooby-Doo costume? Were there other options?
No, I think it was just in somebody's closet, and then we were all just going to go out normally, and I just decided to go for it.
So shortly after that, you go on the road against Alabama, number 1 team in the country. You're a redshirt freshman, Nick Saban defense. They're coming off Alabama as a huge win on the road at LSU. You guys are like a 17-point underdog. Nobody's giving you a chance. And you come in and go up 21-0, make a couple of iconic plays. You're fumbling the football, you're rolling out, you're throwing. What was that experience in that game like for you?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a moment that I'll never forget. There's 100,000 plus people there to go up and be able to score, and the way that how efficient our offense was for that first half against a defense that is known for what it's known for, and a team that is usually as dominant as they are. To go out and really jump on them like that, I think it was a little bit demoralizing to them and something that doesn't usually happen to an Alabama team. But, for us, we had been playing really, really good. We lost 2 games that year, won the first game of the season to Florida, and then won, I think, probably like 3 weeks earlier to LSU. And then after that, we felt like we just got on a little bit of a roll. And, that was probably, obviously the cliche, like high point of, my career. But just to be able to go in there and do that, it's something that'll stick with me forever.
You win 29-24. If I remember correctly, you're a redshirt freshman and you're not allowed to talk to the media.
Yeah.
Right. So as you're on the field singing with the A&M and the A&M fans who were there, did you realize how much that win was going to change your life at that point in time? Or when did you realize how big it was? Because a lot of times you're 19 years old, you don't really know, you got a national CBS audience, the number of people who are watching. You basically from that point on were a celebrity. Like that made you a superstar. Did you realize it there as you were running off the field?
No, not as we were still in the stadium. Whenever we got outside the stadium and there was probably 10,000 fans around our buses, and it was just a really, really different occurrence than we had been traveling everywhere else, going to different games and things like that. And that's when, we're flying back into College Station, and they had the lights on the stadium on, and like you could see the bars whenever you're flying in. The bars are packed, and there's people waiting for us to land. And then, the week after, like going to classes on campus and stuff, not being able to walk to class, that's when, I kind of knew that things were going to be a lot different.
Did you immediately think this is awesome, or did you see the downside that could potentially, because I think most people who become famous kind of work their way up to it, right? Like maybe you're a musician and you have a hit song, but you've been grinding away for a long time, and you've been grinding away at football for a long time. But suddenly at 19 years old, everybody knows you, right? And you get better and better. You win the Heisman Trophy, which makes you even bigger of a superstar. Did it seem real?
Probably a little bit surreal for the beginning. At the beginning, I didn't really realize much of it. I thought it's obviously fresh. It's obviously new. You obviously seem to like it a little bit. But, as time goes on, you start to have a little bit of no privacy, especially when you're in college. It becomes a little bit of a hassle.
So you're 19, you win the Heisman Trophy, and then you have an off season. Everybody's talking about how good you're going to be almost immediately. Unlike, say, with Cam Newton and maybe somewhat with Tim Tebow, everybody's talking about your NFL career already. And then you have NCAA issues. First of all, what do you think about the NCAA?
I mean,
is there anything you hate more than the NCAA?
Probably not. Probably not. I dealt with my little incident with them, and probably one of my favorite moments that I had throughout college was getting the fuck out of that meeting and not having to deal with them anymore.
What was that meeting like with the NCAA?
It was intense. They went through.
They grilled you?
Grilled me from everything from clothes I had been wearing in pictures to certain
accounts,
things, bank accounts, everything.
Did you feel like you were like a criminal being investigated? I mean, I've heard from people who sit across the table from the NCAA. Again, you're 19 years old. A lot of other guys have gone through it for signing autographs. It's kind of a crazy system, right? That they would sit there and grill you like you just committed the crime of the century over autographs.
Yeah, and pretty much with not a lot of due process either. They kind of have the final judgment. There is no really much evidence. They can kind of just prosecute on whatever they want. So, even when it was all said and done, they came back with wanting to suspend me for like a half a game, and I was pretty reluctant to even take that, but at the end of the day, if they kind of got them off my ass, I was okay with that.
Let me go back to the I think it was the Cotton Bowl. You guys dominate Oklahoma. If there were a 14 playoff, I've argued for a long time that you guys were the team at the end of the year that was peaking at the right moment, that I think you might have won the national championship. Do you feel like that 2012 Texas A&M team was good enough to win a national championship if there had been a playoff?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we'd ended up knocking off the eventual national champion that year in a game where they played in the national championship. Yeah, on the road in a national championship game where they absolutely destroyed Notre Dame. So you look at the 4 teams that were playing that year. I think we were right there playing as good as anybody. It was a shame for us that we didn't have some of the pieces coming back for the next year. We would have been able to make another really good run in it.
One of the things that's interesting to me is I've heard guys who have like super runs like you did. You win the Heisman Trophy, your team goes 11-2. It's unexpected, and that ride is a lot more fun than the ride where people expect you to be good. Your redshirt sophomore year, you come out, you have an incredible game against Alabama, 49-42, one of the greatest games individually in the history of the SEC. You put up even better stats passing-wise. A lot of people don't realize that in your redshirt sophomore year than you did your redshirt freshman year. Was it as much fun, or did you already feel like you had the weight of the world on your shoulders by that year?
It was almost like a national championship or bust type season for us because of what we had accomplished the year before. So I felt like, after the Alabama game, it's a 1 versus 4 ranked game. You can get away with probably losing one. There's been eventual national champions that have gone ahead and lost one game at the beginning of the year, especially early. And then we play Auburn the next week. And Auburn was a team we had beat, I think, 60-0 the year before on the road, and they're coming to our place. And this is the year that Auburn made an incredible run to go to the national championship game. And we ended up losing by, I think, 7 points and had a chance to score really late. But, after you kind of lose 2, it was almost really deflating for us. With still having a tough schedule towards the end of the season, still have to go to LSU, still have to go to Missouri that year on the road. So I just feel like after we lost to Auburn, it was almost like all the air went out.
You finished the year, and then you decided to go pro. I was at your workout on A&M's campus. The president, George Bush, showed up. Barbara Bush showed up. Like, it was a total unbelievable environment of insanity. What was that like for you as you got ready for the NFL draft? And then, like you said, inside of that bubble, like suddenly George Bush Sr. and Barbara Bush and their dog like roll up on golf carts to watch you perform for scouts there. What did that feel like for you?
Yeah, it was cool. I didn't expect it to be, as big a deal as it was, because at the same time, this was the workout that I needed to hopefully go and get drafted in the first round. So. And
you had a flawless workout.
Yeah, I felt like it was really, really, really good. Good for me, good for Mike Evans as well, as a guy who ended up with that performance, getting drafted number 7 overall. So, for 2 guys who were good friends to be able to go out and get drafted in the first round was cool for us.
You got drafted 22nd. You had to sit there in the room for a while. The Cleveland Browns take you. What do you wish you could go back to Johnny Manziel sitting on the day he gets drafted and tell him today? You're only 24 now, which is wild to think about. How it seems like you've been on the national stage. Probably for you, it seems like a lot more than 5 years since you initially played for A&M in 2012. What do you wish you could go back and tell yourself the night you were getting drafted?
Yeah, probably just to be a little bit more patient. I felt like it had to happen early. Just sitting there in the draft room is really uncomfortable, especially if you're sitting for a long time. But at the same time, just be patient with it and that it's all going to work out in the right way. I felt like I was maybe at the time like texting back and forth with some coaches, kind of seeing where I was going to go, certain things like that. And at the same time, I probably just wish I would have just sat back and just, relax a little bit more.
What about your tenure at Cleveland? If you could go back, first of all, do you want to play in the NFL again?
Yeah, I mean, it's a goal of mine. I think, obviously being 24, I feel like I still have some time and, that won't be my last opportunity. So I'm looking for a new situation to be able to.
What are you doing now to stay in shape and continue to improve and improve and get better?
Yeah, I'm treating this like I would, pretty much during the off season, like I was on a team, like I was on a roster, still working out with a lot of guys in LA that were still on rosters, a lot of receivers, still pretty much training and treating a normal day of doing everything like I would be in the building as much as I can.
You said you threw some with Odell Beckham Jr. quite a bit working out. Obviously, he's maybe the best receiver in the NFL, certainly a top 5 guy. What kind of feedback do you get from those receivers? Do they think you've got the goods to be an NFL quarterback?
Yeah, I still have a lot of friends that are still pulling for me, still, go back to their respective teams and try to help me out as much as they can. The SEC, the guys that are in the SEC have a really good bond, and especially the guys that you played with or, played against that, made those years in college a lot of fun. So, I'm really pulling for him this year. I think the Giants will be a really good team this year.
So we get a lot of questions about how do you get back into the league. A lot of guys get different chances. How does that process work? Do coaches reach out to your agent? Do they reach out to you directly? What kind of process do you go through at 24 to get another chance in the league? Do you consider the CFL? Like, who gives you advice and how do you decide the pathway to take?
Yeah, GMs or coaches have reached out to me. They reach out to my agent. It's a little bit of both. My agent will go out and reach out to other people as well. And as far as like looking at a CFL route, it's definitely something that I've looked into. If I wouldn't have had as much interest as I've had this year as talking with some teams and seeing how things have played out, I probably would have taken that route. Because at the same time, I don't want to be out of football too long without playing. It's not fun to sit around kind of on a Saturday and a Sunday as you've been playing those days for the past 6 years of your life. So at the same time, there's only so much time I can sit around and watch college football.
You're a huge college football fan. That's what's interesting, and also an NFL fan. Like you, in addition to being really good at both, Heisman Trophy winner, you sit around and watch games. Colin Kaepernick is the big story right now, right? He's a guy who thinks that he deserves to be signed, and there's a lot of people who believe that as well. Do you think Kaepernick is good enough to start in an NFL season? Should he get a chance?
Yeah, even if he's not going to start, he's good enough to be on a roster for sure. That's a guy that if we go back 5 years, the Ravens are playing the Niners in the Super Bowl, and the next year they're playing the Seahawks in the NFC Championship game. So that's a guy who's got a team, to that point, multiple years, who may have had a couple down years this past couple years, but at the same time, he has a track record of proving, that he can go out and play. So, I don't think his career's done. I think once all the other stuff quiets down a little bit, he'll be okay, even though last year was a little bit of a bizarre year with everything that went on.
How has your life changed since things didn't work out in Cleveland? Like, you seem like you've gotten control of your life in some ways and tried to, kind of be the master of your life again. What have you changed about the way that you're living? You're out in LA, you're working out. What's different now at 24 than 22 or 21?
Yeah, probably just getting myself away from like a little bit of a college lifestyle, some friends that I had, and just a little bit more getting away from the recklessness a little bit much. I feel like, my time in Cleveland, I'm not necessarily sure that's exactly how I would have drawn up me getting drafted or where I was going to end up going to or the exact situation. But at the same time, those were kind of the cards that I was dealt. And now I kind of have to live with what happened and, accept the responsibility of everything that's gone on in the past and be able to put it behind me. Because at the same time, dwelling on it and sitting on that's not going to really help me getting back to where I want to be.
Is that what coaches want to hear and GMs want to hear, that you're a different guy than the one who was in Cleveland? Is that what they ask you about when they call you?
Yeah, a little bit. They just want to see what I've kind of been up to and what's been going on, and seeing, that I'm back in football, that I'm back to doing certain things. Because this is what I love to do. I love to play. I love to be around the game. So, I think that's the biggest question.
You got drafted in baseball. Tim Tebow is now playing baseball. Any baseball teams ever reach out and say, hey, are you interested? Tebow, I don't know if I'm sure you're paying attention. He's batting over 300 in single A. He's 29, and he had a long roster of not playing. You were a pretty high draft pick, relatively speaking, out of high school. Any baseball teams ever reach out?
Yeah, a couple. I've talked with the San Diego Padres, the team that drafted me a little bit, and then I have a good friend who's a minority owner in the Rangers. If I get to a point where I'm not going to play football or anything like that, and I still feel like I could go make a run at it, maybe. But for right now, I think I'll leave that to Tebow.
So, when you, what's funny about that is, in the SEC, we had back to back. We had Tebow, who was like a rock star level quarterback that I had never seen before. And then we had Cam Newton and all the NCAA controversy, and he goes 14-0 and wins a title. And I said, man, we'll never see a season like Cam Newton. And then you come in, almost like all three, bang, bang, bang. Do you have a relationship with any of those guys? Do you feel like a kinship based on the way that you kind of took the SEC over at the quarterback position and put up statistics, honestly, that nobody's ever equaled since between the three of you guys?
Yeah, I've got a chance to know Tim, obviously going to New York for the Heisman the past couple of years. He's a guy that's always been extremely, extremely cool. I remember watching, being a kid in middle school and high school, was watching Tebow come up and play at Florida, and what a run that was. And I don't know if there's ever been anybody, between me and Cam, we had a good 1 year, solid year run there. But at the same time, to do it over the, amount of years that they did with the talent that they had at Florida is, I don't really know if it'll ever be seen again.
What does the Heisman mean to you now? You get it at 19. You just mentioned Tebow won it, Cam won it, Mariota, who you knew, you have a lot of kinship with guys over the past several years. Does it mean more to you now than it did maybe even when you were 19? Do you think it might mean more when you're 34 or 44 and you kind of can contextualize that achievement?
Yeah, I think it'll mean a little bit more down the road. It means a ton to me right now, but at the same time, I think it really was the world to me, whenever I was in college, because growing up playing NCAA video games, obviously trying to go out and win the Heisman in a video game every year, and to have it happen in real life, it was crazy. It was mind-blowing for the first couple of years, and now, I want to do something to make sure that that's not the only thing that I've done in my football career.
If you never played football again, what would you do?
I'd do something involved with sports. I can't get away from it. So, I've had to ask myself that a little bit as of late over the past year, but at the same time, I want to be involved in sports in some way, whether it's coaching, whether it's doing something like that. So I think that would be my route.
Where would you want to coach? High school, college, pros? I mean, what to you would have the most intrigue?
Probably college.
College. And what do you think your experience in college would help you? Like, can you imagine, would it be difficult for 30-year-old Johnny Manziel to coach 19-year-old Johnny Manziel?
Of course.
Would you drive yourself insane?
Of course. I was really hard-headed. I look back right now and think about, how big of just a kid I was, and a lot of regrets that I have, especially with my second year in college, not treating it kind of the way that I did my first year. But at the same time, I think I would have been really, really hard-headed to listen to myself a couple years down the road.
What about Kevin Sumlin? He got criticized some for being too lenient on you. Other people said, but I love Kevin Sumlin. I know you guys have a good relationship. What did he mean to you at A&M? Did he handle you about as well as 19 and 20 and 21-year-old Johnny Manziel could have been handled?
Yeah, I think he did. I think obviously the way that everybody treated me the second year was a lot different than the first, and I think the reason that I got to where I was because of things that happened the first year and because of how he was hard on me, especially my first year. So I wish him the best. I know he's on a little bit of a hot seat right now, and I know that a kind of a lull of 8-5 or whatever their record has been for the past couple of years in the SEC just kind of doesn't cut it. But at the same time, I think that these programs take a lot of time to turn around. I think he's done a really good job, and I think it'll just take time. So hopefully they're patient with him, even though I probably don't see that happening if they don't pull it out this year.
You're engaged now. Some people say that finding a significant other can really kind of change your life. Has being engaged changed your life? Do you think that makes you, just a little bit more stable? Is that what you're looking for? Kind of experience that. I know when I got engaged, I got engaged when I was 25, and it changed. Like, life changes a little bit when you get engaged. You start to think about getting married. Do you feel like your life has changed in that way?
Absolutely. I feel like it's been a huge safety net for me because it's not all the time probably thinking exactly the right way. So it's nice to have another person there, being able to kind of rein me in a little bit and be able to help me out because it's something that I've looked for a long time. It's been a great situation for me to be in for sure.
What's your relationship like with your family now? Are you guys good? I know that family is incredibly important to you and has been over the years. And everybody's got drama in their family. Yours just happens to end up being public because of your lifestyle. What's your relationship like with your family now?
Oh, it's good. It's hard for them. As much bullshit as I go through on a daily basis, I think on a smaller scale they go through it too. So I don't know if I'm always as aware of that as I should be, but at the same time, my family's always been there for me. From the days that I was playing, they've always supported and they've always been really great. So I'm just trying to get back to a place where they can come watch me play again.
And that place where they come watch you play again, social media. I was scheduled here to come and talk about the impact of social media. To me, your career is fascinating because you came of age right as social media was exploding, right? Everybody's got an opinion on Facebook. Everybody's got an opinion on Twitter. I like to say on our radio show, there are a few guys where if I say their name followed by is and just give out the phone number, we'll have open lines, like loaded lines, right? I can say LeBron James is, and he's a guy you know a little bit. Open, like everybody's got an opinion. They can fill in an adjective. Johnny Manziel, Tim Tebow, like a lot of these guys, everybody has an opinion over. Was social media good or bad for you? And I know you're still on social media, but you've left it a couple of times and you've interacted and then you've left it again. What has that experience been like starting at the age of 19 as you blew up on the social media frontier? Yeah,
I think it's a slippery slope. I think it could be really, really good, and at the same time, it could be really bad. It kind of takes away your privacy a little bit, especially now with Snapchat and with all this other stuff that's going on.
Because people will find you out at a bar sometimes and just say, "Oh, here's Johnny Manziel," and you'll literally you check your phone and there's notifications blowing.
Yeah, 1,000%. But at the same time, just the way that obviously with the way that your job, your news has been able to travel through social media. I think it's a really good platform. But at the same time, for some athletes, if you're not really able to handle, especially if you're young, I think that was a big reason why my popularity was as big as it was, is because of the social media age. I was sitting in college with 1 million followers on Twitter and being able to have that platform at the tip of your fingers whenever you want. It's dangerous.
Did you read the mentions? Would you go through and see what people were sending to you?
No, not anymore. I probably did when I started in college, and then after the enough fuck yous, you're queer type of thing, you probably just get a little bit.
Because people may not realize it, but it's amazing to me because back in the day, and that's why I think it's interesting that if you coached in college one day, it used to be that you were kind of a member of a team and there weren't that many voices that were able to get to you, right? You may hear the crowd and may see somebody out at a bar or on campus in a classroom, but nowadays, everybody can reach you at all moments. And I guarantee you, if I went into my phone right now and checked it, everything that you just said, people are saying it about me right now. And all I've done, you guys are sitting here, we're just having a conversation. There's people probably on Periscope and Facebook right now teeing off on me, right? Like, and you. And all we're doing is having a normal conversation. Do you think it's good? I mean, like, I really kind of am fascinated by, because your career really mirrors the rise of social media. And I've made this argument that to other people, I'm old enough where social media didn't really exist for me. So I became an adult. I felt comfortable in my own skin. Nobody else was defining me. For everybody like you and the younger kids out there, social media in many ways is defining people, maybe before you're even able to define yourself.
Yeah, I think you look at some of these kids now, like, say, basketball recruits. These guys are in high school.
Yes.
These guys are in high school with 50,000, 100,000 followers.
Look, one of the bald kids has like a
million followers,
yeah.
and I can't imagine how that would be in high school. You feel like when you get into college and you're, getting interviewed at times and you're a little bit older, you're able to handle it. So I couldn't imagine being that young and really having to deal with it and click on one button and be able to read what all kinds of people are saying about me and really be able to handle that and not have it affect me, especially growing up.
Which fan base in the SEC was the toughest on you?
Probably LSU.
Why do you think LSU hated A&M particularly, or hated you?
I think it just goes back to a little bit of a rivalry before we got into the SEC, but at the same time, that was the only team to go back 2 years and beat us both years.
Right.
So I felt like they had that little bit of an upper hand. I would also say Ole Miss. We went into Ole Miss and Oxford 2 years in a row and came out with 2 sneaky victories. So they have to be pretty pissed off that they didn't get the best of us those years, or at least one.
I appreciate, by the way, everybody watching us, everybody hanging out. We've got an incredible event going on here at the IFBC workshop powered by SBR 17. I'm Clay Travis, Outkick the Show. We're talking to Johnny Manziel. What else would you like people to know? When I used to do depositions, at the end, I would always say, what question do you wish that I had asked you that I didn't give you an opportunity to answer? Is there anything you would want people to know about you at 24 years old as you look for another opportunity in the NFL that I haven't given you a chance to answer? Anything else?
No, I don't think so. I think, just one thing I do want to say is last night, everybody that came up, all the questions, everybody was extremely, extremely cool. I really enjoyed last night. As he was saying, I think it was a really cool event to be able to sit there and, get a chance to interact and talk a little bit. I think we're all here for a certain reason. It's all pretty cool. I'm looking forward to sitting up here and seeing some of the rest of the speakers today and really see what this thing entails, because I think it's really cool.
Last thing for you is sometimes there's a big disconnect between what people will say on social media and what they'll say face to face. I bet you see that all the time, because on social media people are like, oh, I hate Johnny Manziel, he's an asshole, fuck him. If they see you, they want a picture, right? Do you experience that difference between social media where people are like, I fucking hate Johnny Manziel, and then real life where people are like, you're at a bar, doesn't matter where you are, you're at the grocery store, anywhere, and they see you and they want a picture? It might be the same guy who said he fucking hated you on social media the day before.
Yeah, it might be. I don't know how much I would really be able to tell the difference, but at the same time, funny thing that I do get is some people just come up with brutal honesty, especially if you're in a bar. Some guy will just come up and just be like, you know what, you're a fucking dick. And I'll be like, all right, appreciate it.
Yeah, and sometimes, people might try and provoke you, right? You have a good sense of humor. We were talking earlier about you read the mailbag. Maybe I need to let you do the mailbag and respond to all the questions there. But you have a good sense of humor. I think that would help a little bit. But also it's frustrating to anybody out here, guy or girl, if somebody does just attack you and they don't know you, right? Like, do you feel like you get attacked unfairly sometimes?
Yeah, sometimes. But at the same time, if anybody gets a chance to really be around me for an extended period of time, I'm a pretty laid back, I'm a pretty chill, easygoing guy. So, most of the time I don't let it get to me. Anybody has their bad day where I can catch them on a little bit of a hot note. But at the same time, it kind of is what it is.
Controversies. I know I said last question, but I do think this is funny. Like, when I talk about social media, you were one of the first guys I remember who could just, like, you went to a Texas frat party and it turned into like a lead story on ESPN. Do you remember just sometimes looking up at the television and being like, how is that the #1 story in America? Like, how are they covering me this aggressively at 19 and 20 years old when you are arguing, like, on some level, you should just be able to be a typical college kid? And most college kids were able to have typical lifestyles maybe before social media.
Yeah, I think it was a really crazy ordeal, especially when I was in college. But I look at some of the media today and still even see stories like, how the hell is that? How is that relative?
Like Lonzo Ball and
especially
Ball.
with his family, like some of the things they're doing is like, why does shit like that even matter? But at the same time, if people are clicking on it, people are looking into it, then it's making money for their business. So at the same time, that's what it really comes down to.
Drama sells, there's no doubt, and one of the most entertaining and dramatic players in the history of college football and the NFL. I hope you get another chance. I appreciate you hanging with us,
Thanks,
man.
buddy.
That's Johnny Manziel. I appreciate that. By the way, Johnny, I think, is going to come on with us on Fox Sports Radio this fall. I think he can be really good in media. I think you guys who are watching and interacting, and I think it's really cool to see where this story kind of goes from here. If you watch Johnny Manziel play, he was as entertaining and electric a player as has ever existed in college football. First freshman to win the Heisman Trophy, and obviously pretty normal guy with a decent sense of humor, and hopefully he gets a chance again in the NFL. We'll see what happens. What's the time situation here? Because I can talk as long as they want me to talk, but I want to make sure what the situation is. Anybody got the clock? I don't have my phone on me. You guys want me to talk? You want some questions? Anybody have any questions? I mean, I can go straight to that. So again, I'll circle back around to who I am. My name is Clay Travis. I do a radio show 6 to 9 a.m. On Fox Sports Radio. I run a website for the past 6 years called Outkick the Coverage. And what I was initially going to talk about is kind of how social media has changed the gambling industry, but also just the sports arena space in general. And I'll stand up so everybody can see maybe a little bit easier. I started writing. I came into the world of doing what we do now in 2004. I was writing just articles on the internet. I went to law school, moved to the Caribbean, lived in St. Thomas, and I was like, I had a quarter-life crisis. Like a lot of you probably out there watching right now, you're sitting around and you're 25 years old and you got a job and you're like, holy fuck, is this really what I'm going to be doing for the rest of my life? And I feel like it used to be midlife crisis. I think now it's kind of moved up a little bit, 24, 25, 26. So I'm 25 years old, and I'm sitting in my office, and I think I do not want to be the kind of lawyer that I am right now. So I started writing online, and I started writing online for an audience of 0 in 2004, ideally writing smart, funny, original columns that would entertain people like me, who were sitting in front of their computer screen all day with just looking for 10 or 15 minutes of entertainment in what's otherwise a serious day. And that grew into writing at CBS, writing at Deadspin, writing at Fan House, led to radio, and then it led to TV. And along the way, I would say what I have learned is that there are 4 things that matter in terms of what I do. I try to do, and I put it into an acronym because it's easy to remember, and I think it's useful. SOFA. I want to be smart, original, funny, and authentic every day. If you guys saw me at a bar, I want to talk to you the exact same way in the bar as I would sitting in front of my radio mic. I want to talk to you in written articles the exact same way that I would anywhere else. I want people to meet me if they want to, and they meet me and they say, Clay Travis is the exact same guy in front of and behind a microphone. He doesn't change his opinions on anything. He's going to be as honest and authentic as he can possibly be. And those have kind of been the tenets that I have followed. Now, what's fascinating about that is when I started writing on 04 online, social media was basically somebody liking your article and sharing it via email. You think about the way that you distributed content back then. In 04, there wasn't really Facebook. It was just starting, and you had to be a college student. There wasn't really Twitter. There wasn't Instagram or Snapchat or any of that stuff. You almost exclusively would spread things through an online website, and then you would maybe somebody would share an email link. And so I've had what I would call a couple of light bulb moments in my career. Three. I'll give you 3 light bulb moments that I think are important, and social media is involved in all of them. When I went on Twitter, the first time I went on Twitter, I'm the guy who asked Tim Tebow whether or not he was saving himself for marriage, if you guys remember that. When Tebow said that he was still a virgin, I was the guy who asked him that question. And immediately I saw the ability to distribute your article and how quickly it would go through Twitter and echo chamber and reverberate everywhere. And that's when I first had the recognition, kind of a light bulb went off. The name on the back of your jersey matters more than the name on the front of your jersey, from a media perspective. It's great if you're employed by CBS, ESPN, NBC, or Fox, right? That may be validation that you're good. It doesn't actually change the number of people who consume your content. So I had that remarkable moment where I said, wait a minute, this is giving me an opportunity to distribute my content. The other thing is I started doing daily radio in Nashville. We're on 3 hours every day. And I was getting paid $45,000 to do that. And when I was making $45,000 to do that, I went in to start going on advertiser calls. And I remember I was sitting across the table from an advertiser, and I watched as that advertiser, somebody who was doing hair replacements for sports fans, like the hair edition, sign a $50,000 6-month contract. And I said, holy shit, that is more money from that one advertiser than I am making in an entire year for 6 months of one advertiser. So I had a light bulb moment there go off for me, and I said, man, what if I could eliminate the middleman? What if I could distribute my content without needing a large corporation to be involved? Third light bulb moment. A lot of you are watching right now on Periscope and also on Facebook Live. Third time it went off for me, and a lot of you are watching it, by the way, through everything that you guys are doing here with SBR 17. It's fantastic at IFBC. Third light bulb moment that went off for me was when I used Periscope for the first time, I said, holy crap. This basically is my opportunity to do a mix of a radio and a TV show live, automatically distributed to the entire audience. So if you think about distribution from TV and radio perspective, they have really high fixed costs, right? Because if you're on a radio network, they've got a huge radio antenna. They got a huge number of people that they employ. I can do this show right now on Facebook and Periscope, turn it on live every day at 3 Eastern like I do, and our cost structure is virtually zero. And I get distribution directly through Twitter, everybody who follows me on Twitter, and I get distribution on Facebook. And I said, man, this empowers the individual in the world of sports in a degree that the individual has never been empowered before. So instead of requiring like old school, I always like to say, from an old school perspective, if you wanted to write an article in a newspaper, I consider myself to be a writer first and foremost. You had to get hired by that newspaper, and the newspaper was the method by which your words got out. When I started writing online in 2004, what I recognized was the internet changed everything because suddenly my opinion could get as wide a distribution as a columnist for the New York Times, right? If you did a good enough job of being entertaining, like I said, smart, original, funny, and authentic, that's my goals from the get-go. If you did a good enough job of that, there was no stopping you because the internet would be able to allow you to reach everyone. And now I've seen it with video and podcasts and everything else. I'm just incredibly optimistic on the ability of individual voices to reach audiences and create substantial opportunities for themselves going forward. And it matters even more when you see all the writers, radio people, TV people losing their jobs now. If you have the opportunity to reach everybody directly, it gives you a ton of chances going forward. Now, the other thing I would say is, from a gambling perspective, I am fascinated, put my lawyer hat on here for a moment. I think that it's always been crazy that we have the hodgepodge of gambling laws that we do in the United States, right? I think it's absurd that if you get on a plane and fly to Nevada, you can bet on any game in the United States that you want to, but if you leave the state of Nevada, you can't do it. I think it's patently ridiculous that if you want to gamble on horse racing, you can pull out your phone and download horse racing apps and bet on them many places all over the country. I've covered the Kentucky Derby. It's an awesome experience. In the Kentucky Derby media room, guys, they have their own betting window. So the media doesn't have to stand in line. Think about how crazy that is. And then you have all these other people out there like, oh, if people bet on games, it's going to change everything. I'm like, are you kidding me? The media themselves have their own betting window at the Kentucky Derby. And we have all this hodgepodge of broken laws. The hypocrisy drives me crazy sometimes. When I live in Nashville, Tennessee, and in Nashville, the NFL so far has said, the Tennessee Titans, we don't want gambling to be legal, right? But the Tennessee Titans licensed their logo to scratch off lottery tickets. All right, I want you to think about the hypocrisy of that. The NFL is anti-gambling, but they will allow their logos to be used on a scratch-off lottery ticket, which is literally the dumbest form of gambling that exists in the country. So I can't have an opinion about whether or not I think the Tennessee Titans are going to cover legally in Nashville and gamble on it, but I can roll into the gas station and buy hundreds or thousands of dollars in Titans-sponsored scratch-off fucking lottery tickets. Somebody explain to me how that makes any sense. So I practiced law for a few years, and I've been studying the gambling laws in this country for a long time. And I think, I've said this to some of the guys, I think there's about an 80% chance that in October, when the Supreme Court hears this New Jersey challenge, that they are going to overrule PASPA and that individual states are going to be able to make decisions about whether or not their citizens should be able to bet on sports games. And I just think it's going to be a tremendous change in the way our industry is covered. I think that gambling is going to become a huge part of individual game coverage. I think in the same way you've seen fantasy integrated. 25 years ago, if I told you there was going to be a ticker at the bottom of the screen during the NFL letting you know how many passing yards Eli Manning had and Odell Beckham had received, and that was going to be like individual, not even the scoreboard, just individual player stats, you would have said I was crazy. I think that when sports gambling becomes legal in this country, which I think is going to happen by the spring of next year, that's my prediction. Could be wrong. I've been wrong on a lot of stuff over the years, trust me. Thanks, Johnny. I had a Texas A&M 2013 national title ticket. I was certainly wrong about that one. But what's wild about it is I think that it is going to fundamentally change everything. And I think there are right now, if you want a legal analysis, at least 4 votes to overturn PASPA and allow New Jersey's law to exist. I think that they will be able to find a 5th, and this could end up like a 7-2 or 8-1 decision, because the fascinating thing about sports gambling is it's not really a Republican or Democrat issue, right? Most people who look out there and analyze this situation look at it from the perspective of should this or should this not be the opportunity of individual states and citizens to decide whether or not it exists. Guys, right now there are 44 states that allow wagering for purposes of the lottery, right? The only 6 states that don't allow it in the country right now: Alaska, Hawaii, Utah, Mississippi, Alabama, and Nevada, all right? 2 of those are huge casino states, Mississippi and Nevada. So the reason they don't have it is because they don't want the competition. Utah, because of the Mormon faith, is incredibly religious. Alabama, because people in Alabama are fucking crazy and they do all sorts of stuff. Amen. And then I don't know what's happened in Alaska and Hawaii that it doesn't exist. But I think there was a great analogy made yesterday where if you just had to think about the morality, all right? Think about this. What would you feel more comfortable walking into your office and talking about at the water cooler on Monday after an awesome weekend? Would you talk about the fact that you got blackout drunk in your office on Monday? Probably not. Perfectly legal. Would you talk about the fact that you smoked weed in many of the states out there where it is perfectly legal now? Probably not. Would you talk about the fact that you went to a strip club and you dropped $1,000 on lap dances? Probably not. Would you feel comfortable saying, hey, guess what? I went and made a bunch of bets while I was in Vegas this weekend. Let's talk about whether you think I made good bets or not. Everybody would talk about number 4. In fact, number 4 might end up getting you promoted because everybody wants to talk about gambling, right? The bets that they placed, it's not socially awkward at all. The other 3 things I just named, whether you want to talk about drinking heavily, smoking pot, or going to strip clubs, those are all legal. But nobody would walk into their business on Monday and feel comfortable, certainly talking about it with men and women present, around a water cooler. And not one person in America would feel uncomfortable about it. And by the way, you know what's also illegal under federal law if you wanted to push it aggressively? Filling out an NCAA tournament bracket. That's illegal. Technically, you could be prosecuted for that. Every single person in America who cares about sports as scintilla, and many who don't care at all, fill out NCAA tournament brackets and talk about them at work. And probably your employer has his own pool or her pool that you're paying into. That's illegal. But it's a broken system that we have created around sports gambling. And so I think reasonable minds from both the left and the right, Democrats, Republicans, the 9 justices on the Supreme Court, I think they're going to review this and say, this is an unconstitutional law that was passed in PASPA. And this is not a ridiculous proposition. When this law was passed in 1992, showing you that politics can sometimes create strange bedfellows, the head of the Senate Judiciary Committee was Joe Biden. Joe Biden, who would later become vice president for Barack Obama. He said that he did not believe that a federal prohibition on sports gambling was legal. Democrat. The first George Bush, the guy who showed up to watch Johnny Manziel's pro day, the first George Bush, his Department of Justice also said that they believed that this law violated the 10th Amendment federalism powers that are given to the states. So even when this law was being signed in 1992, you had prominent Democrats and prominent Republicans saying, wait a minute, this law to me does not pass constitutional muster. And so I believe that not only is this law going to be invalidated, I think that it could happen in a dominating fashion, a 7-2, 8-1, 6-3 type decision, not just a narrow decision. And if that happens, it's going to be a sea change overnight. Because then what I think needs to happen is we need federal legislation to set parameters for sports gambling, personally, right? And individual states can opt in or out depending on whether or not they agree with it. What I think is more likely to happen is that we end up with 50 different states making determination about whether or not sports gambling should be legal in their jurisdictions. And the problem with politicians getting involved is politicians are inevitably like 20 or 25 years behind where their constituents are. Because I don't know about you guys, but every person that I know who's under the age of 40 that loves sports, I don't know anybody who feels bad about pulling out their phone and making a wager during a game or before a game. They want to make it as easy as possible. I think some of these states are going to make sports wagering more difficult than they need to, but I just think if you're not preparing for the eventuality of legalized sports gambling in many different states and jurisdictions in this country, you are missing what will be the biggest change to sports since the Supreme Court made the decision that allowed free agency effectively, the Curt Flood case, and also the 1983 Supreme Court case where they said the NCAA, who I think is the biggest sham asshole of an organization in sports today. Yeah, thank you. I think they're just a total fraud. And let me tell you my NCAA argument here for a moment. Anytime I have a big audience, I want people to hear this because I think it matters. Johnny was just talking about when he got investigated by the NCAA. I can't think of a more anti-capitalistic organization in America than the NCAA because the NCAA's essential purpose is to make sure that poor kids remain poor. We talk a lot about morality and sports, right? It's a big topic of discussion. Guys, can you imagine, take it outside of sports, if you were a young kid in college and you were on a chemistry scholarship and you had no money, right? You had no money outside of that chemistry scholarship. And one of your chemistry professors knew that. And he allowed you to come over to his house, right? And on the weekend, you cut his grass, you chopped wood, you took care of his lawn and his yard. And he gave you a couple $100 every weekend. That guy would be such a friend to you that you might be willing to name your firstborn son or daughter after him, right? I mean, seriously, that's how much difference that would make, just to give you a little bit of walking around money. If that same thing happens to a football player, it's an NCAA violation. The fact that the NCAA has created the phrase improper benefit is, to me, the biggest bullshit in the history of sports. And improper benefit is what everybody else in America and everywhere else in the world who believes in capitalism calls pay for labor. Like everybody's goal is to sell their labor, ideally, for as much money as you possibly can, right? We don't make Taylor Swift go sing in the Vanderbilt chorus before she releases an album. Jennifer Lawrence doesn't have to go to Louisville and star in Cat on a Hot Tin Roof instead of making the Hunger Games. At 18 years old, when you're an adult, if you can make a living at something, you should be able to make a living at it. And get the fuck out of here with the idea that signing your autograph for money means that you can't play football or basketball in college. I just think it's a moral issue, and I think more intelligent people need to be holding the NCAA's feet to the fire and saying, what are we afraid of? I mean, an honest question. First of all, improper benefit is a phrase that shouldn't exist. But what are we afraid of? So what if somebody who's talented at college football or basketball gets to drive a Range Rover? Like, why does that matter to you? People who are talented at pro sports get to drive a Range Rover. People who are in college right now and have rich parents get to drive one or stay in a nice condo while they're in college or stay in a much nicer apartment than they otherwise would. It's not an improper benefit to have a rich parent. It is an improper benefit to be poor. The NCAA, those bastards, are in the business of making sure that poor kids, when they enter college, remain poor when they leave. Again, we talk a lot about immorality and morality in sports. To me, that's the single most immoral thing that we allow to exist in sports. So that's me on my soapbox. Drives me crazy. I'll take any of your questions now. Zach, how are we doing on time? Where's Zach? We're good? We're good. All right, fire away. Any questions you guys want about anything? Yeah, back in the back.
Clay, we spoke about it earlier. We know when the U.S. government wants to get involved in anything, they're going to want to be paid for it. And how do you think they're going to be paid for it, knowing there's not a lot of room in the minus 110 model of sports betting for anybody else to really make money? So how is the U.S. government going to get paid?
So it's a good question. How would the U.S. government get involved? How would state governments get involved in sports gambling? If tomorrow somebody came to me and they said, hey, Clay Travis, we want you to be in charge of federal and state sports gambling legislation, what would you suggest? I would suggest this. I would say that what we're rapidly moving toward is an era where you should be able to place bets against other individuals online to create an entirely symbiotic relationship, right? So if I think Alabama is going to cover -6 or whatever the line is against Florida State, I should be able to go online almost in a stock market-like situation, find somebody who wants to take FSU +6, have an entity able to withdraw money from my account and the other guy's account and distribute that money. To me, the way to do that, which would allow substantial dollars to be brought in, would be to potentially sell a gambling license so that guys and girls out there could get better rates instead of it needing to be -110 or whatever else it is. Maybe it's like a credit card transaction, and that company takes a 2 or 3% fee to set up that transaction. So sports gambling, I think, would explode because you'd be able to win more frequently. You'd be able to keep more of your winnings, and you'd have somewhat of an efficient market, right? Almost like the stock market. Somebody wants to sell. I also think that would work, and I think we need this for futures bets. I'll give you an example. A lot of people had Lamar Jackson 66-1 before the college football season started to win the Heisman Trophy. Well, if Lamar Jackson drops to 3-1 and you start to get nervous, maybe he's not going to win, you should be able to lock in the value that you've created from getting a 66-1 ticket all the way down to 3-1. Now, I know that exists a little bit in Vegas, but to me, that should happen online. What I'm afraid is going to happen is every individual state's going to make a decision, and they're going to be like, okay, you have to go to a physical location, right, to place a bet. Either they're not going to allow it, or they're going to say you have to go out to a physical location. Well, I don't know about you guys, but I was at Cantor when they first debuted the live game wagering for the NCAA tournament back in 2010 or 9 or whatever year it was, and I'm sitting there in Lagash Sportsbook in Palazzo betting on whether free throws are going to be made or not, and I'm like, this is the fucking future, right? The number of guys and girls out there who would sit with those apps open on their phones. So I think what the states are in danger of is being so far where the technology is that even if they legalize it, who's going to get in their car and drive? I think that sports gambling online needs to be as easy as Amazon, right? I can go on anywhere and buy basically anything through Amazon now. I think that sports gambling's going to go through the phones. And so I hope that the states aren't completely out to lunch on trying to create their own policies and what should and shouldn't be allowed. Questions? Yeah, right here. If you want to wait for the mic.
This is less than a question than more of a statement of what you're talking about, the credit cards. This is what I do for a living. The big thing that's going to happen is if that does happen where it's state to state, right now it's happening in marijuana, you can't do a credit card transaction from one state if the bank's in a different state that doesn't do it. It's a federal law.
Okay.
So something to think about for everyone.
Not only that, but I mean, to me, what's going to be crazy, and I think most guys, mostly guys, right, under the age of 40, think it's insane that they can't pull out their phone and place a wager on a sports bet. That is just basically insane. And so I think if the states don't catch up with the technology, it's also going to be a total mess because let's say a lot of people out here may go to games in the NFL or college football. If you are, let's say I live in Nashville, right? Let's say I want to go watch Tennessee play Alabama and get beat by 50 points for the 50th straight year. All right, so if I do that, if I travel to Alabama but I forget, let's say, to place my wager while I'm inside the state borders, it's going to be crazy to anybody who uses the internet that when they're on one side of the state border in Tennessee, sports gambling is legal, and as soon as I go to Alabama to go to that game and then find out, let's say the quarterback's not going to play on one team or the other and the line adjusts, that I'm not legally able to go in and adjust my bet, which is why I think we need federal legislation, and I think the leagues would support that as well. And frankly, the federal legislation needs to understand and accept that most wagering is going to happen on phones. And my thing is, I think that's actually a lot better for people because right now, if you get in the whole 10 grand, let's say, your bookie might keep giving you more and more money to hang yourself, right? The good thing about, I think, sports books, as this got more regulated, is you'd only be able to wager money that you could lose, right? At some point, you're going to have to deal with the fact that you might not have any more money. And I think that's healthier, instead of a bookie showing up and allowing you to get so far in the hock that you can never get out of it. So yeah, to me, it needs to be federal, and it needs to be based on allowing people with their phones to bet just as easily as you can go in to me and buy something on Amazon. It needs to happen everywhere. Now, if individual states want to tax it differently, that's fine. If like Tennessee, where I live, wants to make a 10% tax on it, and then California wants to do a 4%, like depending on how many people sign up, or they want to implement it in different ways, I think that makes total sense.
I have a question.
Yeah, where are we going? Yes.
Okay, so for me, in my point of view, is that credit card processing is going to become archaic because of cryptocurrency.
Oh,
what,
God.
what are your
Yeah.
thoughts on that?
Well, so I mean, the cryptocurrency makes it basically completely untrackable who's gambling. Right. And that's why I think that the technology is moving so rapidly that we could easily create these web pages where everybody is coming on and doing these peer-to-peer betting. Right. And then how in the world do you know who those people are? How do you track them down when they're using cryptocurrencies to place wagers? The problem with politicians, and this happens with the Supreme Court too, is that they are so far behind the technology that currently exists when they try to implement the laws, right? And that's why so many things that are fascinating to me about the Supreme Court are not Republican or Democrat. It's figuring out how do we manage the advancement of technology at such a rapid pace and keep the law up to roughly where people are, right? Because if you come out, if the individual states come out and they say, okay, we're now going to allow sports gambling, but you have to drive to a physical location and go in and place it at a window like they do in London and lots of other places, you're going to have to also allow online, because otherwise the offshore sports books are providing a better service that's easier for people to use. And again, I just don't think, again, I use that example of you're going to get blackout drunk, smoke weed, go to a strip club and drop $1,000, or go gamble. By far, people would talk about going to gamble and not feel bad about it at all. So the morality angle here, in terms of people thinking it's a sin or there's something wrong with it, it may not be the case for a 65-year-old. There ain't a 25-year-old in America today who thinks it's wrong to bet on sports. I mean, seriously, I just don't think there is one. And the younger you go, the more ridiculous it is that they think it's prohibited, because their lifestyle is already so far beyond that. Questions? Are we good, Zach? I appreciate everybody. Thank you for SBR 17. Appreciate you guys on Facebook and Twitter hanging out with us. Thanks to Johnny Manziel. Good luck to him as he pursues his NFL career. Lots of fun as always. Appreciate y'all.
Keep it going for Clay Travis, everybody. Man. So, Clay, you think the Supreme Court decision is going to go 8-2? Is that an official pick?
Well, 8-2 is impossible because there's only 9.
Okay, all right. Does anyone know the odds on the Supreme Court decision?
I don't know if any book has offered it yet, but I really think it's like, 80% chance. So,
Sweet.
I
Sweet.
feel good about it.
Bag wants in on that action. Also, Tim Tebow update, he's about to become a 30-year-old virgin. Unless you saw him at the Hotel Del Rey last night. Did you guys see him at the Hotel Del Rey? No? Okay, I guess he's never found anyone that completes him yet. Or finishes him. We are going to take a quick break. We're going to take a 5-minute break because we're going to set up the SBR Roundtable. So it's just 5 minutes, so you can get up, walk around, go to the bathroom, but it's only going to be 5 minutes, and then we got the SBR Roundtable. Can we get some more love for Clay Travis and Johnny Football? Man, what a good guy. Sweet, man.
Just in case if I have to, some quick graffiti.
Right.
Yeah, it's
Good.
good.
We should all be signing our names behind the curtain.
Okay, I think you're gonna release.
whatever you think. Okay, that's it.
Awesome, thanks.
Then I'll just shake your hand. I think I got a good one. I hadn't got a big hit yesterday.
Do you have an opinion on the MLB games today?
Oh man, I kept off 15.
You just got one favorite?
I really like, if you want value, I really like Arizona for value.
All right, I might shoot it back to you. What do you like today?
Sweet. Okay, cool. Okay, yeah, sure. Is that like
Maybe not. Maybe not. It's okay. If you're around, I might shoot it. Because I gotta go in with. We're going live.
Okay. You can do it later.
Okay. If you're gonna be around here, yeah.
Okay, cool. So I'll just shake your hand. So I'll give you, when I get the thing, I'll give you a thumbs up and then I'll start.
Okay.
Have a great show, guys.
Yes. I'm too hungover to be nervous. That's good.
I'm running on time. Thursday travel day, late nights the last 2 nights.
Dude, what time frame we gonna go till 2?
Zach said he's going to signal me.
Yeah.
12:15, and then we got to start taking questions.
Like, yeah, whatever. Like, even if you wanted to make it more questions from people, as like wherever, as opposed to the information that we're giving out. You know, whatever you want to do is fine.
Okay. I mean, MLB, CFL, NFL, then college football. Yeah. MLB and CFL are going to go like that. Yeah. So NFL and college football mostly.
How do you want to do the MLB first?
I'm going right to you,
right.
and then Mark's right after you.
Like what's been going on this season, how we've been doing? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm going to
All right.
I know I'm gonna spill something during this fucking thing.
We're gonna let the topper do it.
Where is that at?
Okay. Does it work?
Hola, hola. Sí.
Check.
Sí. Okay. We good? Can you hear?
Microphone check.
Yeah? Okay. What up, everybody? Welcome back. You guys have a nice break? We all back? We all focused? It's very exciting. This is time for one of SBR's most popular shows, the Roundtable. Big man on campus can't be here today, so it's going to be a little less round.
Still? I just lost mine.
But it's still the round table, and it's with your host, man. As always, what a great guy, SBR favorite, Mr. Drew Martin. Let him know, guys, let him know.
And we're going live, literally. This is the SBR Betting Roundtable. We're usually shooting Wednesday, 9:30 a.m. Pacific, 12:30 p.m. Eastern. We got a lot on the slate, guys. We got Donnie Rightside, Marc Lawrence, Ian Cameron, and Ed Fang. Let's get right into it. A lot of betting action. Let's start off with the MLB card. Donnie Rightside, what are you liking on today's card?
Actually, today, I thought we'd get that a little bit later, just my introduction to Major League Baseball. I know a lot of people that have followed out there, and I really appreciate it. And just to say about what this conference overall is, I get more enjoyment out of me meeting most of you guys than any of you meeting me. Trust me on that. And I just, honest to God, wanted to say thank you for everybody coming down, SPR, the whole family, the Roundtable. They've invited me in over the past couple months, and again, it's a lot of credit to them for putting this on. I just wanted to say thank you, and meeting everybody here. Everybody's been so nice, and we hope to do it again soon, obviously, as well, too.
Absolutely.
But Major League Baseball cards, what everyone's want to talk to. The Bet Box last night was live. It was popping. It was Minnesota. It was Cincinnati. We partied. But the false flag environment that I like to call betting against the public, going against the numbers are running. As you know me, from a philosophy standpoint, less is more usually. Hit a lot of totals through in the first half of the season. Now switching over to the dogs. We're going to look at a couple today. I don't have anything picked out quite yet. But as we go along with the Roundtable, we'll certainly start that as well.
Okay, and Marc Lawrence, he does a great piece on SBR picks. It's a great read. I recommend it every morning on the baseball card, giving out his best picks. Do you have one today, Marc?
Right, I do the MLB Picks of the Day segment for SBR. I like to say that I pretty much create the content that you read in the bathroom for SBR. I'm not a video guy, I don't have the charisma to do that. But I do have a pick today. I use Fangraphs a lot for my stats. I recommend everybody to look up that site. It's a great site. And I'm looking at the Seattle over today. They're going up against Danny Duffy, who's getting a lot of steam. But Danny Duffy gives up 278 against right-handers. So Seattle does very well against pitchers who give up hits against right-handers because their fringe guys are righties and their superstars are lefties. So the total is at an 8.5. A little name recognition with Felix Hernandez, maybe pushing that total a little lower when he's given up 3 or 4 runs a game. So I'm going to be on the Seattle over tonight at the Bet Box.
Yeah, it looks like Bet Online right now is hanging an 8.5.
Yep.
It was at 9, bet down a little bit lower, so you get a half a run extra here. And guys, I'm sorry for not letting you get a little introduction like Donnie had. If you want to take a minute, Marc, and say anything, or Ian?
Yeah, I got my start at SB Nation site. Field goals, a lot of people get their start on SB Nation sites. You're going to write for free for a little bit. But gave me some writing samples to send in to Zach back there, and they picked me up. I've been writing for SBR for 2.5 years now.
Okay, and again, this is the SBR Betting Roundtable coming live from the IFBC, brought to you by Bet Online, UWager, and Intertops. Ian Cameron, you want to introduce yourself to everybody?
Yeah, I'm the Canadian. Basically, fell off a turnip truck and ended up here in San Jose, Costa Rica for this event. But glad to be here. I'm fired up to be part.
Yo.
A little volume
louder.
on Ian's mic.
Is it a mic issue? Hello?
Hello, eh?
They finally got me to shut up, huh?
It's a racist. Mike doesn't like Canadians.
Yeah, I think so.
All right, I'm going to jump in. I'm Ed Fang. I'm from the Power Rank. And while we're, I guess you guys know me from yesterday. Had a lot of fun getting up here, meeting all you guys. Thanks to everyone for having me down. And I'm not stepping off this round table until Ian Cameron sings us a song today.
Oh, jeez. Now you put the pressure on.
Yep, that's right.
Good one. We got Ian's mic working right now. Ian, can you talk a little bit?
Nope.
Testing, 1, 2. There we go, we're good. All right, back at it. Listen, I'm here, a big part of the reason why I'm here actually is because my interest in sports betting really stems from 2 guys in the room. I mean, well, I don't see Morency anywhere. I think he had too much partying and fun last night. But Morency was a guy that was on Hardcore Sports Radio about 10 years ago, 2007. I've been a sports fan my whole life. I remember watching Joe Carter's home run in the '93 World Series for the Toronto Blue Jays.
Terrible home run.
In my family room.
Terrible
with Popsy.
Come on, stop, dude. Stop. Worst memory in sports.
Just at that age, I was like 8 years old at the time. But at Comprehend Sports, was into it, was enjoying it. I had a thrill watching it. And eventually, I got to the point in 2007 where I heard Hardcore Sports Radio, this guy Morency just losing his shit like we all know he does, as you saw yesterday, just going off and ripping teams that he's lost money on. And basically it started to get that interest like, wow, sports betting, huh? Well, I know sports. I love sports. Maybe I'll give this a shot. So I was basically betting for 5 years. doing stupid stuff, though. The stuff that you usually do when you don't have experience at sports betting. Let's do 18 parlays and bang our head against the wall and lose pretty much every single one of them. Let's do that all the time. Let's, bet big favorites. But it got to the point where in 2008, I got a little more serious about it. Found some good sites for sports betting and sports handicapping, including sportsmemo.com, which is where I am now as a handicapper. I was a client of Teddy Covers for a few years, met him down in Vegas. He was impressed with the knowledge and the insight I had and said, "Have you ever considered being a handicapper?" And I honestly answered no at the time. I had no interest or I hadn't even a thought at that time that I'd be a handicapper. And lo and behold, I quit a job 8 months before Sports Memo comes to me with an email saying, "Would you like to join us as a handicapper?" And it was a brutal job. It was technical support for cable, television, internet, and phone service, hearing people bitch, bobbity, bop, 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 flapping their gums all the time, when it's nothing that they have a problem with is your fault. But hey, they're coming down on you on the end. So I got out of that job. I was wondering, what am I going to do next? And then Sports Memo is like that little guardian angel that comes down and rescues me. It makes me a handicapper, and I've been with them now for 5 years, since 2012. And here I am today with SBR, a great company who's put on a hell of an event this weekend.
Absolutely. Well said, Ian. And I'll tell you, Ian Cameron, I'm big into niche markets, the smaller markets, more inefficient markets. This is the best CFL handicapper I've ever seen. And we got a game tonight. Do you have an opinion on tonight's game in the CFL?
We do. We've got the Saskatchewan Roughriders and the BC Lions. I bet BC -5.5. Released it at -6. It's -7 across the board. Is a team that's 6-1. Off a loss since the beginning of last season. That's straight up and against the spread. They've been a little dicey in the home favorites role, but I'm going back to the fact that the Saskatchewan Roughriders on the road, their offense has been miserable. Kevin Glenn has looked like old man walking, death mourned over on the football field from a quarterback perspective on the road. He's just been dreadful, not able to get the job done. I think that's going to be a tough ask, expecting Saskatchewan to go in there. They have not done well on the road this season. Until that changes, I think you get the superior BC Lions team off a loss, looking to get the job done tonight. So, yeah, I laid less than a touchdown with BC. Even at -7, I would still lean that way right now. I think the game goes under the total as well. Under's worth a look here in this football game. We got a Saskatchewan team that has not been able to put up points on the road. BC's been in some high-scoring shootouts. You get a little extra value around 55.5 now with that total. You think you can look under and get some good value there.
Some under tonight in the CFL game.
Yep.
All right. Well, check out the CFL game tonight. And guys, let's get into the NFL Week 1. Donnie, I know you were saying that you had a little opinion on Oakland versus Tennessee on the Sunday slate Week 1. Where are you looking about going on that one?
Yeah, I mean, from an overall betting perspective, earlier in the season, I do like to pick on the public a little bit. A lot of people know from the services I provide, and also my overall philosophy is, in the first couple weeks of the season, baseball included, college basketball included, NFL included, I like for them to show me as opposed to what I think is going to happen. Because if you take a look over the summer, you're going to get a lot of press clippings. Everybody's up on Oakland. Talked to a couple people here as well. Why is the Oakland team total hovering around 9.5 at this point when they're obviously the hot team in the West? Then you say they're going to come over and play Tennessee. That line is -1 at this point. If I'm just looking for the money's coming in from the perspective, and overall where Oakland is such a high-class team where everybody's looking for them to make a run at the Super Bowl this year. The hot team, Marshawn Lynch, very flashy. Something sniffs a little bit with that -1 right now, Tennessee. If you're asking me right now who I would play, it would be the Tennessee Titans all day Week 1 right now.
And Donnie, this is a great example of shopping the lines. We look across the board. UWager hanging -1 on the Raiders. Bet Online hanging a pick'em, and Intertops hanging Tennessee -1. So you can, whatever team you're looking to bet, you can find it across the board. Intertops, Bet Online, and UWager all taking different opinions on that one. Ian, you had something on this total, didn't you?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a high-scoring affair here. We got the Raiders and the Titans in this game. I like both offenses. I think the Titans have one of the better offensive lines right now in the NFL. I really do believe that. I think it's going to afford Marcus Mariota a chance to really show off his ability and his explosive playmaking ability as a dual-threat quarterback, being able to run with the ball and being able to throw it. I think the defense is well going to take some steps forward for the Tennessee Titans. There's one fly in the ointment with this football team this season, is that Mike Mularkey's the head coach. I don't know if that's a guy I trust or I'm going to go to war with him to try to win a Super Bowl, but nevertheless, as long as he doesn't screw things up too much, I think there's going to be a lot of positive things from the Titans this year, especially on offense. I think they're going to be able to put up points, and there are still some suspect items with this Oakland team defensively, particularly in the secondary. We know Khalil Mack up front can get pressure on opposing quarterbacks. We know Derek Carr back at quarterback with a boatload of weapons to work with, going to be able to put up points. I think it's going to be a high-scoring affair. Of course, you always want to pay attention to weather, certain things like that closer to kickoff, but I think we can get over 51, 51 and a half. And this would be a high NFL total 10 years ago. Not so much now in the 2017 era. I think we get a high-scoring game there.
All right, guys, and what about the Thursday standalone game? We got KC versus New England. Intertop's hanging -7.5 for New England. BetOnline and UWager both hanging 8s. Any opinion on this one?
I mean, good luck going against New England and New England coming back off the championship. We want to roll back just a little bit. Our show right here is very big on the live chat box. So if you have a phone out there, get the live YouTube feed in. I'm just going to rip right through it. Any questions you have, we love to be interactive. It's the reason for the show is you, the gambler, asking us questions, because the same guys that you see up here, we're the same guys in that seat. We were there. There's no dumb question. There's only dumb answers, as we like to say up here. So going back, Tomarino Tomor said the Titans secondary is garbage. I think the value in that game is on the over. With the Raiders offensive line, I think Carr will torch that team, but the Raiders defense is garbage too. Any rebuttals over there for that one?
No, I agree. I hated Oakland's defense, and you brought up their pass rush. They were awful at pass rush last year with Khalil Mack. So there's a lot of other guys not doing anything on that defense. So just supporting what you guys are.
So, Drew, back to that Thursday night game with Kansas City. I think 5 times I was hanging a 9 on Kansas City. So I like them in kind of a teaser play because you can cross that important number of 14.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Make sure to shop around for
Yeah.
sure. And Ian, Philadelphia, Washington. Washington -2.5. Total 48, 48.5. Looks like Intertops is down to 2. You have an opinion on Philly, Washington, week 1?
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to like the Philadelphia side in this game. I'm not a big believer of the Washington Redskins this year. It's a tougher schedule. They've got question marks with Kirk Cousins. You know, Carson Wentz, I think, is going to take a step forward for this team. I think Philadelphia really paid attention to shoring up this defense, specifically with what they did in the draft. They really knew they had to shore up that side of the football. They've gone a long way forward to doing that. You know, we're obviously going to have to expect big things from this football team this year. They're to be a little bit better and just take advantage of a Washington Redskins team that I just don't think I trust in the favorites role right now, and end up in a situation where I think they're going to struggle. The schedule is going to catch up to them. I think defensively in the secondary, Josh Norman, what a bad year I thought he had last year. I mean, this is a guy that's been looked at as an elite cornerback in the past year in the NFL, and I thought last year he was a disaster for extended stretches. Just did not perform well. It's like he got the big pay and, well, now we can slack off and just do whatever we want. So he needs to play a hell of a lot better this year, Josh Norman. But overall, I don't like this Washington team a lot, and I'm willing to bet against them as a favorite right here in week 1.
All right. Well, Donnie, we have anything else on the live chat questions?
Yeah, the big man on campus chiming in. Wanted to be here in spirit, but he is here on the chat box. Says, Ian, that secondary, I mean, it's no surprise if you watch our shows, the team that I root for. It's pretty easy to see in the background in my desk area. It is the Philadelphia Eagles. The one thing we struggle with over the past couple years, number one, we can beat the Giants. So if you're a Giants fan, I'm sorry. We're going to beat you again 2 times this year. But the Washington Redskins and Kirk Cousins have our number. It's game 1. It's a bad spot to me for the Philadelphia Eagles in this one. I know I'm going to disagree with you on this one, but I can't be the homer and say we're going to take it down. Carson Wentz is fantastic. If you see the cornerback depth right now of the Philadelphia Eagles, Terrell Pryor is going to have a game 1. We can't stop anybody in the secondary. When head coach Doug Peterson says we're going to bring people in to get competition at the cornerback spot, you know you're in trouble right off the bat. Good secondary from a safety perspective, but our cornerbacks in that division, Odell Beckham, Des Bryant, better get home to the quarterback with that front 7, that's for sure.
All right, boys. Anything else in the NFL before we go to the college slate?
Yeah, I got to pick on first half Seattle game. I'm glad a bunch of guests, they've been great. I said it's been okay, to follow your own team because that's the one you know the best. And I've been following Pete Carroll and their camp, and they're really going to stress the run game this year. And so I like them to at least attempt it in the first half in Green Bay. So we got a combination of the situation and the number. They're hanging a 24.5 out there for that Green Bay game. So I like the under as the first half's going to just fly by as they try to establish the run game. Little Eddie Lacy revenge spot, so I think they're going to be feeding the ball. The clock's going to run. I wouldn't be surprised if that game goes under.
Okay. Anything else on the NFL slate? And keep in mind, we'll have questions after we talk about college football as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm high on the Tennessee Titans. I've bet them over 8.5 wins, a couple AFC and Super Bowl futures as well with that team. I think they're going to be a team that's going to offer value going into the season. Cleveland Browns, I think, are going to be a point spread team this year. I mean, when you look at I know the quarterback situation, what are they going to do with Cody Kessler? Is it going to be Kaiser? Is it going to be, God forbid, Brock Osweiler? We don't know right now with this Cleveland team. But I'll tell you what, Hugh Jackson, you give him a time to work with a quarterback, install a game plan, install a scheme to try to, accentuate that quarterback's strengths and qualities. And I think he's going to be able to do that with whoever's the starting quarterback. And what's going to be good for whoever the starting quarterback is in Cleveland is they've got an elite offensive line. They really do. I like Thomas on the left side. I like J.C. Treader coming in from the Green Bay Packers. And I like the fact that they'll be able to run the football, take pressure off whoever it is. It's going to be throwing the rock for the Cleveland Browns this season. Now, defensively, there's a lot of holes that need to be filled still. They're working, it's a work in progress there, but there are pieces on that defense, albeit young, that have the potential to produce and have a ton of upside for this team. So, I actually think they got a chance to get up and over the 4.
I think they've got a chance to go up and over the 4.5 wins this season as well. But what I like about the Cleveland Browns, is the fact that even though their quarterback situation's a mess, you could say it on paper, it looks that way. They've got a good mind in Hugh Jackson in terms of working with offense. They've got an offensive line that's one of the best in the NFL as far as I'm concerned, and a run game that they should be able to take pressure off whoever the quarterback is for this team. Probably going to be, I think, a team that is going to be undervalued. Again, this is a buy low situation. It's a team that just hit rock bottom last year on the 1-15 season. You're going to get some decent prices to back the Browns, and I think they're going to be a positive return ATS-wise this season.
All right, good stuff, Ian. And guys, got an update here. We just got a word from Bet Online. IFBC is actually making a market here. Clay Travis talking about the Supreme Court ruling, and they said by Monday they will have odds up on that ruling. So we're actually making markets here at the IFBC. Good stuff. All right, guys, let's move to the college football slate. And smartest guy in the room here, Ed Fang. College football win totals, what are you looking at?
Yeah, so one that I'm looking at is Alabama. Their number's at 11 right now. I got them about 38% that you're not going to lose that bet after week 1. They're favored against Florida State, and I project them about 10 wins, and part of that I think is a little high just because of a little bit of a luck factor last year. They had 12, I think, over double-digit special teams defensive touchdowns last year. That is an unreproducible number this year. Part of why I think my number is a little bit high on them. And, 11 is kind of a special number because there's no room for error for a team to go over that one. So that's something I'm looking at in college football win totals.
Yeah, when you get really high like that or really low on the other end, it makes for it a tough bet to either go over on the high number like that.
I mean, it should make you feel a little sick to go under Nick Saban any year. And it should, but I think the numbers are on that side, and I think if you just think about a win total of 11, it really suggests the under.
Absolutely. Playing an SEC West schedule plus Florida State to kick it off.
Well, that's another thing that makes me queasy, because I don't know if the SEC West is what it has been in the past. I expect Auburn to be good. I think Auburn could actually contend for a national title. I don't know where LSU is going. I think the vector on that team is going down when you hire a coach that had such an awful record at Ole Miss. Ole Miss is a mess. Mississippi State's probably all right. So that's another reason I don't like this, because I just don't see the strength in the SEC West. Of course, Clay Travis' Tennessee team is going to help me out there too, right? Put those guys under. So that kind of goes against it a little bit, but I still do like that under.
And Ed, part of this show is having disagreeing opinions, and I actually kind of like the under in Auburn this year, mainly because I know you're a numbers guy. I'm more of a watch the game film guy. In Gus Malzahn's offense, the zone read, without the mobility at the quarterback position, I know the kid coming over from Baylor, he can run a little bit, but he's sure no Cam Newton and not a Nick Marshall. Right. So do you worry about that affecting how Auburn's offense runs? And especially they lost the OC.
Yeah, a little bit. Okay. But I think Malzahn, if Stidham is anything like what we saw in a couple games at Baylor, they're going to be real good. Auburn's defense has been really good over the past, I think, 2 seasons. They were definitely pretty good. They held that team together last year. And it's a blue blood program that has talent. They always have talent, and it's just a matter of whether the coach can get them to play together.
Okay.
So I'm numbers wise, they're 6th in my numbers, and that's not even accounting for a blue chipper coming in as a transfer at the quarterback position.
Right.
So that's why I think they can. That's a program that can really mix it up with the best of them when they're clicking on all cylinders.
And we'll know pretty early because they play Clemson early in the season.
Yeah,
so
and
we won't
Clemson's
have to
loaded.
wait.
I know they lost Deshaun Watson, but they have a ton of talent coming back.
Yeah, that will be an interesting one for sure. Well, Donnie, let's get you into this. I know you had opinion on the small schools. The Miami, Ohio Redhawks. Which way are you looking to go with them?
I think the Miami, Ohio Redhawks are a buy-on team in the MAC East this year. And if you know me, I like the lower level. Same with Drew. It's where we clicked right away from these lower level conferences, Sun Belt, AAC. But in the MAC teams, I'm going to look at the MAC East, Miami, Ohio. Also think Toledo is going to come out of the West in the MAC. The one interesting thing, we saw the way, I believe it was maybe 0-6 Miami opened up last year?
Yeah, 0-6, then 6-0. I think it was the first
6-0,
time ever.
lost by 1 point in the bowl game to Mississippi State, I believe it was. So one of those buy-on teams, really good quarterback with Ragland. 4 out of 5 of the offensive linemen coming back. Very strong defense, good coaching staff. Buy-on team in the MAC for me, and that for sure. But everybody knows my love affair with Kent State. If you watch Kent State football, God love you there because they burn your eyes out. But we're going to talk a little bit of value maybe down the road on Kent State this year.
All right, we'll come right back to that. And Ian, what about an opinion on college football win totals or anything else?
Yeah, just going back to Rhett Lashley, talking about him, good luck with UConn. I mean, here's a program that's had no history of running an up-tempo spread offense, and you're going there with minimal skill position talent trying to get that thing off the ground. Good luck. Have fun with that, Rhett. Bang your head against the wall trying to get that offense going this season. Going to be interesting to see. I think NC State is a team in the ACC that's going to have a very impressive season to me. You saw great improvement from that team last year. Great performance in their bowl game. Dave Doran starting to get things going there. And they've got continuity on offense because Ryan Finley's the quarterback. Boise State's old offensive coordinator, Eli Drinkwitz, came with Finley to NC State. So it's a situation now where you've got continuity. You're going to have playmakers on this team. I think the defense is going to be much better. And you know what? People talk about the schedule. Oh, they got to deal with Clemson. And oh, they got to deal with Florida State and Louisville. I get that. I understand that. But it's a team that covered the number in defeat last year against Clemson and Florida State. They were able to hang tough NC State against those two squads. They're an improved team this year. So I think NC State can get over that 7.5 win total this season. Not even crazy to sprinkle a little bit on them to win the division or even the conference as well. I think NC State does have upside, a high ceiling, and if they can maybe steal a win or two against those big 3 powers in that conference, who knows what the future holds there for the Wolfpack.
Okay, and Ed, want to come to you about a game week 1 early on. Rice versus Stanford. You know a little bit about these two schools.
I do.
Stanford laying 31 in Sydney, Australia.
Yes. So I think that's, let's talk a little bit about these teams. I got Stanford 7th in my preseason numbers. I think they're going to be good. They got a lot of guys coming back. They have a program history. Kind of had a down year last year. Had some cornerback issues. Really got beat pretty bad by Washington State. Not a big fan of the coach, but he does win football games. I think they could be really good. Rice is terrible. They're terrible every year. I like to use them as my example as the program that's just never going to be better than FBS average. They went 10-3 on 1 year, won a bowl game over Central Michigan, and they weren't even FBS average that year by my numbers. So it's a mismatch. 31's a big number. But I'm not confident enough to take Rice with those points.
Yeah, it'll be interesting if the front 7 or 8 for Rice can't stop the run for Stanford.
Right.
It could get ugly early.
That is true. That is true.
And David Bailiff, they're the coach, right?
Yeah.
Either way, when you stream the Rice games, it's amazing to see how little people are in those stands, man. There is a tough time recruiting there for Rice. But well, guys, value-wise, Donnie. Kent State, where are you seeing the value?
Just a little bit of betting perspective from Kent State and the MAC, just some spots that you want to look at. It's very hard to bet a team that obviously doesn't get a lot of action on it, and rightfully so over the past couple years, not a very good football team. I don't bet that much in the early weeks of the season, so I try to pick some shots and maybe some targets a little bit later in the college football season. Just looking at Kent State from a betting perspective, they're going to go play at Clemson game 1. And if, Ed's talking about Clemson, how good they're going to be, maybe the point spread's not even enough in that game. one of those shutout games where they just show up, the kids are happy to play in that ball game, and Clemson's playing their fifth stringers by the end of the game, 55-0, 55-7. They come home for a game against Howard, which they should win, but again, who's going to care about Kent State and Howard? Very light, probably betting action game, nobody cares about. Going on the road to Marshall, they'll probably get beat again. Then they go to Louisville with Lamar Jackson, another one of those games that might be a runaway game, but then they come back week 5 and play the Buffalo Bulls at home, where everybody's going to see the scores that Kent State probably got lit up for over the past couple weeks. Maybe get a little bit of value on betting a team that's not very good in a good spot at home. Again, against the Buffalo Bulls, who, as Gabe Morency said, not a very good team either as well. So look for Kent State in some spots that you could pick and choose from later in the season that you want to take a look at, that maybe some value that maybe wouldn't be there in the beginning of the season. That, to me, would be one of them.
Okay, Donnie, and right back at you. Do you have an angle on New Mexico State, Arizona State, week 1? Arizona State laying 24. What would they open this total
I don't know,
at?
99.5 in that game. If anybody watches New Mexico State football, it's a fun brand of football, but not unless you have the unders. They have very good football players, bad defense, and a lot of the teams they play in that conference in Arizona State. I don't know if Manny Wilkins is going to be there, but they should be able to run wild with the running backs in that game for sure.
Absolutely. I mean, it's got to be in the mid-80s, if not higher.
Yeah,
Getting back to Kent State for a second, plus 38.5 against Clemson is interesting to me because we've got Clemson breaking in a new quarterback. Of course, Watson gone. It's up in the air who it's going to be right now. It's a battle that's ongoing at the moment. That's an unsettled situation. I know the defense still bringing back a ton of players from last year. Going to be good again on that side of the football, no question about it. But spot-wise, it's dubious. They've got Auburn the next week, a little bit of a look-ahead situation potentially. And the one thing about Kent State is they're going to show up on the defensive side of the football. Yes, it's been nails on a chalkboard. It's been awful at times watching this offense try to move the football, try to get first downs and put up points. But what I do think they can do is at least hang around, gut it out, dig in a little bit defensively, get a stop or two here and there. And if you're Clemson, and you're up by 30, 35 in the fourth quarter, are you going to keep the starters out for the entire game when you got Auburn on deck? Risk an injury that you don't need or want? Potentially not. So, Dabo Swinney might be a guy, let's get these guys the hell out. We're up by 30, 35. We don't need to prove any more of a point. So it's one of those spots where with Clemson, especially with some transition going into the new season, particularly at the quarterback spot, you give Kent State plus 38.5, and if they show up and compete, it just might be able to hang inside a number like that.
All right, guys, before we get to questions, I want to throw out 2 high-profile games. And speaking of high-profile, we got a Texas A&M high-profile person in the room, so we got to bring up Texas A&M UCLA. Intertops hang in minus 2.5 UCLA. Bet online, same thing, minus 2.5 plus a little juice. You wager minus 3. So we got Gig'em Aggies heading to UCLA. Any opinion on this one?
I guess we have one that came in surprisingly from the big man on campus, ready to go since Johnny was here. So I'll read it to you there. It seems like he does like not sure about UCLA can exploit their run issues. Hubernek's a good, solid quarterback, and Trayvon Williams, Christian Kirk are all back. Offense is really solid, and he's not solid. That Rosen is going to come back since he might be struggling in camp with his injuries. So the big man, maybe an A&M backer here for that.
It's A&M. A&M. This isn't working now?
A&M or pass for Ian, I think he was saying.
It is, yeah. There we go. It is A&M or pass for me. You know what? The problem for Jim Moore Jr. is he had an opportunity when USC was not as good a few years ago. Didn't make enough of that opportunity. I mean, UCLA, they had a golden chance really to make inroads in terms of recruiting in the LA and California area. Didn't get the job done. The talent's never lived up throughout his whole tenure here with the UCLA Bruins. And now you've got USC, expected to win the Pac-12 and be a national title contender. So USC's near the top of the mountain again, specifically in this conference. You've missed the opportunity. There's been no progression whatsoever, none, zero from Rosen at the quarterback position. That's a concern for me. Defensively, we've seen this team take bad penalties too. Real stupid penalties, unnecessary roughness, 15 yards, objectionable conduct, say something to the ref after you don't get a call to go your way. That's coaching. That's an issue with the coaching at that point, when your players are lacking that discipline, lacking that focus. I'm anti-UCLA, and the fact now that we're looking at this current number here in this game where it is really a dubious line to me. 3, even 3.5 now with UCLA starting to show up as a home favorite here. I could only look toward the Texas A&M side catching the plus points.
Okay.
Yeah, I think this is an interesting game numbers-wise. Texas A&M's been 8-5 the last 3 seasons, and that's not good enough for that program. But you got to remember they play in the SEC West. And over those last 3 years, I think the SEC West has been better than what they're going to be this year. So I have them 20th in my preseason numbers. I think that just reflects the strength they have gone through the last 4 years. UCLA has been one of the biggest disappointments in college football the last 2 years. A lot of expectations, clearly some injury factors that are affecting them there. But numbers actually like Texas A&M by 1 on the road. Definitely agrees with what Ian is saying. Need to do a little bit more research before I would, place a bet on that. But that's what the numbers say.
I got a question following up on that. Do you guys bring into your handicapping maybe taking down the element of the road team having maybe discount because it's week 1, so they can go kind of at an earlier date, get used to the atmosphere, so to say, instead of being rushed from maybe like week 3 to week 4? Does that factor in?
I think that's true. I mean, you look at some of these brutal travel spots that could exist potentially going into week 1 of a season. They're not as big of a deal. You've got that extra time, that extra opportunity to make your way out to a location that maybe is going to rack up your frequent flyer miles, so to speak. And you look at Hawaii, for instance, going to UMass, a number that I think is unbelievable that you can get pick 'em -1 with Hawaii. I know it's a team that's got to travel to UMass, but again, week 1, that shouldn't be as big of a factor. And if anybody should be used to traveling, it should be Nick Rolovich's Hawaii Warriors team. Holy goodness, how many miles did they travel last year, especially with the early game in Sydney, Australia? I know, Mike. Yeah, I mean, they were everywhere, these guys, just doing a great job with the flying everywhere, left and right. So they should be used to it. And the fact that now they get to start the season fresh here, clean slate, improved offense. That offense really got in gear. I like the quarterback that he's got to work with there at Hawaii. The defense wasn't good last year, but they've got more experience, and those guys should be better on that side of the ball this year. And UMass is dreadful. They're absolutely one of the worst teams in the FBS this season. I don't doubt that they won't be again this season. Ford, the quarterback, never impressed me last year for this UMass team. Very pedestrian at times on offense. It's too bad because Mark Whipple has had success in the past in other stops, but it's been a hard time recruiting with UMass. It's been a hard time getting any sort of traction with this football program, and I think in week 1 they're going to be up against Hawaii. I think are in a flat-out better team here to begin the season.
Yeah, it's tough for the Minutemen going into independent life for sure. Well, guys, we're going to take a couple questions, but just real quick, FSU, Alabama, any opinion as far as laying the 7 with Nick Saban in Alabama?
Great game to watch, but I'll be sitting on the sidelines. I'll be watching it, though. It's going to be a fascinating game. Let's see what Francois, everybody's saying. DeAndre Francois going to have a big-time year. Well, here's his chance to prove it. Alabama in a big spot, Saturday night, ABC television. Let's go.
Okay. Well, good stuff, guys. Matty Ice or Sophie, do we have any questions online or questions around the room?
I actually have one future I wanted to mention. If I'm going to bet a college football future, I want some bang for my buck. You know, it wasn't long ago that the Oregon Ducks were near the top in college football. You can get them 120-1 right now, national championship. You know, the offense, I think, is going to be good with Justin Herbert. Willie Taggart comes in, a guy that's had success in previous stops. And what I like is that as bad as the defense was, and it was god-awful, bad tackling, poor tackling, broken tackles, poor coverage in the secondary, receivers getting behind these guys left and right all the time last year. It never stopped for Oregon. But there's a guy now that's going to bring in his broom, clean up this mess, sweep it aside. That man is Jim Leavitt, the defensive coordinator brought in by this Oregon Ducks team. I think he's a guy that's did tremendous job in just 2 years as a DC with Colorado. Look at the improvement that Buffalo's team had on the defensive side of the football. Points per game way down each season that Leavitt was there running that defense. I think he can have that same kind of impact here with the Oregon Ducks. Make this team better on that side of the football. You know, they're going to be able to put up points, going to be able to light up the scoreboard, just get a few stops. I think Jim Leavitt's going to go a long way to making this a better defense. And 120-1 with the Oregon Ducks, I saw enough value to pull the trigger. If I'm going to bet a college football futures early, it's got to be some good bang for my buck, and I think I've got that a little bit with Oregon.
All right, so we got a question.
Drew, I got a question for Ed while we're passing the mic around. I'm looking at Western Michigan getting 28 against USC, and they were 13-1 last year. So, I mean, it's good use of the preseason rankings. Where did Western Michigan end up on your ranks? And I'm putting you on the spot, but I think you have it pulled up.
Yeah, I can pull it up. I mean, so just thinking about Western Michigan before I pull up the number, they lost all that talent on offense. They lost PJ Fleckis. Like generational talent for once in a generation type players for Western Michigan. maybe a team that you need to make some subjective adjustments for preseason. But let's see, where are they?
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on the USC regression story this year.
Cool.
I've heard some stories about Clay Helton. He comes up to my neck of the woods, plays golf. He's got recruits, moms sending him, naked pictures, and he's adjusting. I think, maybe a little sophomore slump issue there, to be, a USC head coach.
Yeah, I got Western Michigan 43rd highest in the MAC. We'll see if they can really be the best team in the MAC. Yeah. And I agree with you on Clay Helton. I think he still has a lot to prove. Can Sam Darnold do it? I mean, and maybe it's one of these things, as long as he has Sam Darnold, he's going to be good for a couple years, and then the program drops off if he's not a great coach.
Right.
So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, another issue is USC is as public can be.
Lines moved from 24 to 28 already.
Hard to find value with those teams.
Yeah.
Got a question right here, Mark?
I do, for Ian.
Mark, good to see you.
Nice to see you. I do love your Oregon play, by the way, as well. That's a great value play. And if you take a look at Willie Taggart, the head coach, his USF teams have scored 30 or more points 16 games in a row, so no offense lacking there. Question I have for you, my friend here is a grad from West Point, and he wants to know, what about Army this year after the big year they had last year?
I think Army's going to be a pretty solid football team this year. It's going to be another team that I think's got that opportunity to cover some numbers this season. They took major steps forward last year, no question about that. And I think there's going to be some positive for them to be a money-making team this season. I think there's good things going on with that football team right now. They're an independent, so they get to fly under the radar a little bit. But I'll be looking to bet on this Army team a little bit. I think they'll be pretty solid.
All right, good stuff. And we had one more question right here in the stands, in the seats.
In the stands. And in the stands, you got to treat it like a sport here, a sporting venue.
Hey guys, I just wanted to say thanks. I love the Roundtable show. You guys have great areas of expertise.
Thank you, Josh. Thanks.
You're all versatile in your own areas, and I think it's great. You provide great information to bettors out there. So I just want to say thank you. I just want to give you a quick update on the Mariners game. You mentioned earlier Felix Hernandez is out with bicep tendonitis, so Marco Gonzalez is going to take his place, lefty, making his Mariners debut.
Even better.
Line's still
Breaking news, courtesy of Josh here.
Thank you.
It's a SBR update.
Over still 8.5. Leaning towards -113 is what I've got. But I had a question, just throwing it back to the baseball card, if I may. I was curious about today's line on Detroit versus Baltimore. Wade Miley on the mound, bullpen pitcher in Drew Verhagen. Interesting total at 11. I've got -103, leaning towards the over. Maybe your thoughts on that at all?
I would give that to Mark, Donnie,
Well,
or Ed.
let's look at Miley. He's, and I throw out some stats that are crazy, but he's 5.25 FIP. That's that fielding independent pitching statistic I use instead of ERA.
Great stuff.
It doesn't. Your defense can't screw you up and your errors and all that stuff. And 5.25 is a run above average. So he's not a guy that I'm going to tail. And at any point, let me bring up his splits. He's allowing 305 against right-handers. So when you have a guy like that, he's got a hole, in his talent level, and a team's going to be able to take advantage of that. I think our site's still saying the opposing starter is undecided, but I mean it doesn't matter. And the other thing is when you see something like that, okay, he's giving up 305 to righties. Boil it down to the edge you're playing. Play the team total on the opposing team. Get the bullpens out. Boil it down to the edge you've got. And Gabe talked about props being a way to do that, and that's just kind of how you do it with baseball.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, and I think we got to cut it short for lunch. So this is the SBR Betting Roundtable. If you like the content, please feel free to watch us Wednesdays, 9:30 a.m. Pacific. For Donnie Rightside, Mark Lathrop, Ian Cameron, and Ed Fang, I'm Drew Martin. Thanks for tuning in.
Thanks, guys, and thank you, SBR.
Keep it going for the roundtable, everybody. Let them know. Great job, guys. Great job. Okay, just before we break for lunch, we have a raffle ready to rock here. We are giving out tours to the to Costa Rica's craft brewing company. There'll be live music and beer tasting, and we have the beautiful Miriam here to handle the raffle. Can we give her some love for all her hard work out here? All right. Okay, so we're gonna take out 2 names. Both of them are +1. Let's get some of the stars, man. Ian, you pull out a raffle. Dig real deep for me, Ian. Real deep. Okay. And the winner, I don't know if I'm pronouncing the last name right, is it Bartman? David R. Bartman. Oh, Bartman. Okay, you're not the famous guy who caught the.
I thought he's in the witness protection.
Where are you? Come up here. The fuck, man. Okay, we're moving on. You can grab us another one. Real deep, man. Okay. I'm probably butchering this last name, but the winner is Matthew Varghese or Varghese? All right.
And miss our round table, how dare he?
There you go.
Thank you. All right. Ian McGuire. All right, Ian, get up here. Get up here. Actually, we don't have anything to give you. But do talk to the SBR people. They're going to hook you up. Don't have squat. Don't have squat to give you. Okay, Ed, can you hook us up with another winner? Oh, I respect, man. Oh, okay. And the winner, Matthew Abraham. Oh, Jesus. All right. Do they check in with you, Anna, before they go to the beach? Say what? Too bad, buddy. You're fucked. No, man. Okay. I'll have to look to a. Do we give it to Bartman or do we just fuck him? Do we fuck him? Do we fuck him?
He looks like a nice guy.
He looks like a nice guy. Where were you? Oh, that's a costly dump, my friend. Okay, yeah. What is number 1 these days? Jerking off? Okay, that's number 3. Okay, man, yeah, let's give him some love. You're going on a tour, pal. Much love. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Miriam. Okay, all right, man, this is wonderful. We have 2 more speakers. It's just going to be a wonderful afternoon. So we're going to break for lunch. You guys are the reason why your energy and passion for this week is making it so much fun. So we thank you guys as much. All right, enjoy your lunch, guys. One more time for the round table. After lunch, we got a good vibe in this room, and we're not full of fucking cream of broccoli soup. And I can't wait to bring up your next guest, but I won't do it till I hear some real energy in the room. Are you guys ready for your next guest? Let me hear you guys. Here we go! There it is. There it is. There it is. There it is, man. It's an absolute honor to introduce your next speaker. He has an NFL column for USA Today, Sports Weekly. He published the Playbook Football Guide magazine, the top-selling football publication in Las Vegas. He's won over 500 documented top 10 handicapping achievement awards. It is my honor to introduce to you Mr. Marc Lawrence.
Thanks, Jimmy. Good intro. One second, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, hailing from the state of Nevada, representing the Steam and Wise Guys, it's the Wise Guys, Vegas Oddsmaker, and in the blue corner, the crowd favorite from the crowd favorite from South Winning Picks, Lawrence. Winning Picks, Lawrence. The games are set and the lines are locked and loaded. And the lines are locked and loaded.
For my weekly football podcast, which I've been doing now for 20 years. A few technical difficulties, but nonetheless, we get it on. I'm proud to be here today, absolutely thrilled to be here today at the first ever International Football Betting Conference in beautiful San Jose, Costa Rica. And as everybody before me has acknowledged, we have to give our due diligence to the crew here at SBR for the terrific job that they've done in putting this together. Let's give them a big hand. I'm going to share with you a lot of stats and things. When they asked me to speak here, it was largely because of my age, if you will. I've been in this industry now for a long time. And in fact, if you go back, talking industry-wise, when I first started in this business, the Pittsburgh Steelers won their first Super Bowl. It's been that long. 1975, the Vietnam War was still going on. Saturday Night Live made its debut in 1975. I'm really aging myself and whatnot, but that's how long it's been. It's over 40 years that I've been in this industry. And I started as a handicapper working out of the basement of my home. And in the basement of my home, I took out an ad from Football News. I decided, you know something? As a kid in high school, my number one passion was math, sports, and history. So this field is exactly what I was destined to do. And I read the Gold Sheet in high school. That was my favorite read, if you will, the Gold Sheet. In fact, ninth grade, I was the class president, and I had to speak before the class before the beginning of the season. And I remember being up there speaking in front of the class, and I had the Gold Sheet sticking in my back pocket, and it fell off the stage, and everybody was wondering what am I covering up there. But that's when I began in this business. It was my passion. It was my love. To say the least, my whole love of my life is here with me right now. And it was 8 years before that, in 1975, I was an 18-year-old kid in high school, and I'd met my wife, who is now my wife. She was also same age as me. She's a coal miner's daughter. And if you know about Coal Miner's Daughters of the movie, you know how the fathers are. The fathers are very, very protective of the daughter. And she decided, we don't need to be living this way. So we eloped. We just said, hey, we're going to elope. We hopped on a Greyhound bus. We went to Asheville, North Carolina, and got married. It'll be our 50th wedding anniversary in 2 weeks. Colleen, stand up, please. Stand up. She's shy. She's still shy. There she is. So we go to Asheville, North Carolina, have a great time, obviously, the honeymoon. Come back. The coal miner, the father, has got me dead in his sights. I mean, he wanted to drive the pick right through my chest for stealing his daughter. And he says to me, he says, son, he says, I'm going to tell you one thing. You better have not knocked her up. Well, we knew that when we went to Asheville, North Carolina, we didn't have to worry about that, okay? But when we came back, she was pregnant. So our good fortune was the fact that 9 months and 1 day later, our son was born. That's Mark Jr., and Mark Jr. today works with us in our business. Our business is Playbook. We run our operation out of South Florida, and safe to say that our business is going to be in good hands when we finally do decide to retire. We're basically, aside from Colleen being the love of my life, obviously, we're workaholics. We work 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. It's because it's our passion. It's exactly what we love to do. And looking back, talking about 1975, back then, it was, I'm going to move forward 10 years from that into 1985. That's when I decided, okay, let's reach out to the world and publish a publication, a weekly newsletter. It was called The Playbook, and I worked with Dave Malinsky. Dave's a really well-known authority, handicapping authority in Las Vegas. Dave and I together worked to launch The Playbook as it is today. And the passion that I had for Playbook was driven from the Gold Sheet, going back to high school again, to those high school days of the Gold Sheet. And the person that I looked up to the most was Mort Olson. I don't know if I'm going back too far for people in here, but Mort Olson was the founder and the publisher of the Gold Sheet. And what I really idolized about Mort Olson is he was a man of integrity. He was brilliantly intelligent and honest as the day was long. And those are the qualities that I liked about him, and they're the qualities that I today take in my life. I live my life by the golden rule. I treat people the way that I want to be treated, and I also like having to wake up in the morning each day and liking the person that I'm seeing in the mirror each day. Kind of a tough thing to do in this handicapping industry that we're in, because the industry, as we know, is not regulated, and given the fact that it's not regulated, there's a lot of snake oil salesmen in this industry, to be honest with you. And they create and have given the industry a black eye to the largest degree. So it was my desire to make sure that I wore a white hat and could make this industry become respected. And that's what the purpose of launching Playbook was. When we launched Playbook, the number one purpose was to help inform people to become better handicappers, to become better educated about sports gambling and what sports gambling actually is. There's so many people now that I run across, and everybody, how do you become a handicapper? How can you get in this business? What can you do? Well, it's a business is what it is. It's exactly what it is. It's not something you're going to do part-time. It's what you're going to have a business plan to do, and that's what we do. We basically make sure that we have a business plan with what it is we're doing. At Playbook, when I'm talking about being well-informed, going back a little bit again, back to when I first started in this business, a good friend of mine was a fellow named Richard Clamian. He was a sportsbook director at the Stardust. And Richard, he worked with me. We began to launch, we did a weekly radio show, national radio show, and we also did a weekly television show. We were doing television handicapping sports, but I did it in a different spin or different vein. In the television shows that were out there, there were all the boiler room sales shows, and they were old, they were hard to swallow, they were hard to like. We put a totally different spin on television back then, and it was doing it the right way, being honest about what it is we were doing, and telling people that, hey, there is a way you can win. And so that's basically what, the way we did all that. Well, getting back to Richard Clamian, my good friend, who has since passed, being an odds maker at the Stardust way back in the day, he invited me to a meeting, a Tuesday morning meeting that Bob Martin, I don't know how many people in this room remember Bob Martin, But Bob was, in his time, he was the head odds maker in Las Vegas. He put out the first number, I believe, Gill, from the Union Plaza, right? And so they would have a Tuesday morning meeting every Tuesday morning. This is how the lines were originated in Las Vegas back in the day. I'm talking back in the late 70s. And they would meet Tuesday mornings and have a breakfast. And at the breakfast, they would have Bob Martin, Richard Klayman, and all the other sportsbook directors from Las Vegas would sit there over breakfast, and they'd chew over what they thought the NFL line should be that particular day. Well, Richard, my good friend, was an avid underdog lover, just loved the dogs. And back then, being a contrarian handicapper was the way to go if you wanted to be profitable. Maybe perhaps today not so much. It was as Matt Holt discussed earlier, but back then it was. So Richard, at these meetings, his objective was to get Bob to open the line as high as he could possibly open it so that he can take the biggest number and then come back, the game would settle in back the other way. Well, Bob caught on to him real quick. So whatever Richard suggested the line should be, if the line should be 7, and Richard Klayman said 10, Bob knew 7 was the right number. So I had just the thrill of sitting in on one of those breakfasts and was even asked what I thought the line should be, and I was like, I'm dumbfounded. You're asking me what a line should be? I want to handicap what you guys tell me you're going to put out there. And that gets to a point that I want to also express is that as a handicapper, the one thing that I've really learned or come to learn is that don't question the odds maker's line. Everybody wants to develop a power rating. They want to have a number that they think is a good number on a game and feel confident about, and that's all good. But the odds makers know what they're doing. And my job as a handicapper is to handicap the game at the line the odds maker has put out. Not that I feel that the line is short or the line is too big. Handicap the game as the line has been put out. Because for all of the resources that I have today, and I'm talking about a database that we call our well-oiled machine that helps me gain my edges, the fact of the matter is I don't question the odds maker's number. I can suppose what I think he's going to open the line at, but I don't question what it is that he puts out there. Because today, especially in this world of algorithms, which wasn't even in the dictionary back in those days, that word didn't even exist. But with everything like Ed Fang and Matt Holt were talking about, those numbers are really fine-tuned, and they're sharper today than they've ever been in history, in sports betting history. So I'm not going to make it a battle between myself and Matt Holt. No, I'm going to handicap the number that Matt puts out there and see how it fits into what I do. So today, as it was back then, there are really 3 primary forms of handicapping that exists. What I call fundamental, statistical, and technical. And to be a good handicapper, a successful handicapper, you have to be able to incorporate all 3 of those facets into your ability to handicap games. I'm an avid technical handicapper, and I'm avid because I have a database that has lines and scores since 1980 of every football and basketball game that's ever been played. So I have the luxury of being able to go in there and do queries. I can build what I call sets on teams, on individuals, and that's all good. Those are all edges for me, and that's because what we're talking about here in being a successful handicapper is edges. All it is basically an accumulation of edges, and the more edges you can put in your favor, the better chance you have of overcoming that ugly 11 to 10 odds. Let me tell you a little bit of a story also, going back in the day, before I want to get into what we're doing here today, is my style of handicapping today is what I call the Woody Hayes theory of handicapping. I'm from Cleveland, Ohio, of where, for whatever reason, I don't know what it is in the water, in the Lake Erie water, but there's an abundance of handicappers that come out of Cleveland, Ohio. Phil Steele, I can go on and on and on, but maybe we had nothing better to do there in that town other than trying to handicap sports. But Being from Cleveland, Ohio, we followed the Ohio State Buckeyes. We didn't have a hometown Cleveland football team, so we followed the Ohio State Buckeyes and the Cleveland Browns. Well, growing up, Woody Hayes was the head coach for the Ohio State Buckeyes, and obviously everybody knows about the rivalry between Ohio State and Michigan. Well, Woody Hayes had a passion, a disdain for Michigan. This is where the rivalry all began back in the day, Bo Schembechler, Woody Hayes. So Ohio State plays Michigan up in Ann Arbor, and the Buckeyes lose a bad football game. They were just drilled. They were beaten to a pulp. And Woody Hayes was just fuming after this loss, just fuming. So the team gets on the bus. They're getting ready to go back to Columbus. And the bus driver tells Woody Hayes, he says, Coach, he says, just get us back to Columbus. He says, Coach, we don't have enough gas to get there. We got to stop and get some gas. And Woody Hayes says, we're not buying any gas in the goddamn state of Michigan. Get this bus going. So the bus driver knows they're not going to make it to Columbus, Ohio, but Woody Hayes insists that they're not going to buy gas in the state of Michigan. So what do? They get 2 miles short of the border from Michigan to Ohio, right outside of Toledo, and the bus runs out of gas. So Woody Hayes just promptly orders every player on that bus to get out, and he made them push that bus for 2 miles from Michigan into the state of Ohio. That's Woody Hayes. That's who he was. He refused to lose. He didn't like losing, and he didn't like Michigan at all. So what was Woody Hayes all about as a head coach? Well, what Woody Hayes' success came from was the fact that he just ran the ball down your throat. We're talking back before the days of wishbone football that we see today. All he did was pound the ball right down your throat. You wouldn't stop. You knew it's coming. And reporters would ask him, they would say, Woody, why don't you ever throw the ball? Why, you always run the ball. He says, what's the deal? And he says, well, basically, if you throw the football, 3 things can happen, and 2 of them are bad. The only thing that's good is if you can complete a pass. Conversely, if you run the football, 3 things can happen, 2 of them are good. Well, that's my style of handicapping because I love underdogs. And when you bet underdogs, 3 things can happen and 2 of them are good. They win the game, they lose the game and beat the spread, or they lose the game and don't beat the spread. But if you're laying favorites consistently, you're overcoming a much, much higher hurdle there because you have to win and cover the play in order to cash your ticket. So many times, bad beats occur. We're all familiar now with Scott Van Pelt. He's a good friend of mine, does all the bad beat segments on ESPN, and we all live those bad beats. We know exactly what they're all about. But there's a less likelihood of bad beats that are going to be involved when you're on underdogs as opposed to when you're betting favorites. And so that ultimately ends up becoming what I call my Woody Hayes style of handicapping. I look for underdogs, I look for live dogs, I look for live underdogs that I feel going into the game have a good chance to win that football game. And if they don't win that football game, they have at least a good chance of covering the point spread number. If I can bring an underdog into a football game that has the better defense, better defensive dogs, I feel really comfortable about my position. And that's what has ultimately ended up winning out for me in the long run is isolating live underdogs with good defenses, conversely looking to fade bad favorites with lousy defenses because bad favorites find ways to lose games, live dogs find ways to win football games. So, it's sort of a pattern that I put together here, but it's one that I live for. The first thing I do when these lines come out Sunday night is, one, I go into my database and I'm running my systems and my angles out of my database, but I'm looking for, I'll ask myself, okay, who are the top 5 underdogs on the football card each week that bring the best defense into this football game? Second question, do they have a winning record? Again, winning teams find ways to win, losing teams find ways to lose. So by the time everything settles out in the wash, we're focusing on those live underdogs that have a chance to win those particular football games. I I also want to share with you, before I'm going to get into what we can look at here today for the upcoming football season, I'm going to talk with you about that in just a bit here. But so that's the way handicapping was back when I got into this business, when the Vietnam War was going on back in 1975. Was also the year, by the way, Tiger Woods was born. But today, what are we going up against today with the odds maker, with what Matt Holt, Ed Fang, we talk about having everything to beat the computer, if you will. Well, the computer back in the day when I started the business, then here along comes Billy Walters. And Billy made a huge, huge impact in the world of sports wagering as we know today. In his day, there wasn't an internet, so he didn't have the ability to be able to use the internet to gain access to a lot of vital information that we're so privy to today. The internet was, it's terrific, there's no question about that, but it's also a detriment. And a detriment in the sense that whatever it was that Billy Walters found that worked in his favor, it was his own exclusive information, if you will. If there were injuries to a football game, Billy Walters knew about them, the rest of the world didn't know about them. And one of the ways Billy Walters found out about injury information is another friend of mine, his name was Bob Hurst, we call him the Golden Goose. Well, Billy employed Bob, the Golden Goose, as his injury information guru. And what Bob did was he had every newspaper from every major city delivered to his doorstep every day. And he would pour through those newspapers and look for injuries, report them to Billy, and right away the word got out, Billy Walters is on a game. And almost invariably, because everything we're talking about here, winning and losing, all comes down to one critical factor, and that's value. You have to have value on your side, or you're just not going to overcome the 11 to 10. So Billy had value because, one, he was privy to the information that nobody else was privy to. A guy in Denver might well have known that John Elway tweaked his ankle in practice, but back in the day before the internet, none of us knew until maybe it was reported 2 or 3 days later on television, but Billy knew about this. So Billy had that advantage right away before the internet was out there for information, because everything is all about information. Well, once the internet became available, it took that luxury away from him in a sense, because the Golden Goose's egg was dead because he was everybody had injury information. So Billy really relied heavily on his computer guys to do a lot of the things that we talk about today, crunching numbers, putting numbers in the computer. So he evolved as well, Billy Walters did, as times changed, as we're doing here today. As times change, we all have to evolve. We have to do things that are going to increase our chances to win and make us a little bit more successful today than they were then. Unfortunately for Billy, I think everybody in here probably knows who I'm talking about, the gambler that he was, and he was just unfortunately indicted, and they found him guilty, and he's going to do a little time, 5 years for what it was that he was so good at doing. But he's a great guy, country boy from Kentucky, and I had the pleasure of meeting up with him, and just a real regular guy who just hated anybody having an edge over him. And that's what he does. He made sure that nobody had those edges, if you will. So now we're into the new era of football handicapping. And my business, I've had very fortunate success at doing well with what it is that I do. And one of the reasons is I believe in total transparency in what it is that I do. I make sure that from the first day that I ever heard of the word of a monitor was to make sure that everything that I do is monitored and documented, good or bad. I wanted to make sure that everything I did was monitored. It was total transparency. So it works well when you're winning. When you're losing, not so well. Last year I had a down year, so it's a little bit tough that way because, excuse me, it's out there for everybody to see. But I had 8 straight good years in a row before that, so the good outweighs the bad. But the bottom line here is because I want everybody to become aware of what it is that I do, and if I'm going to tell you what I'm doing, it's going to be true, it's going to be honest, it's going to be factual, because I live my life by the golden rule. That's how we live our life today. That's our business model. So before I get to these slides here, I want to share with you, I have a good friend, he's become a really, really good client, I should say. And his name is Steve Crabb. We call him the Texas Tornado. And he's out of Texas, obviously. And he's watching this on live stream. He watched yesterday's. He's just thrilled with everything that's going on here. He wishes he could have been here. We invited him. He couldn't make it. His family, his brother had a heart attack. He's got to watch him, and he couldn't do it. But he said, make sure when you're there that you let everybody know that the only way that you're going to be successful are the three main important facets of sports betting discipline. And it's so critical if you're not disciplined to win in this football game or to win in this arena. Number one, you have to have a predetermined plan of what it is you're going to do. Bet the sports that you have a proven winning record on making money with. If you don't know anything about soccer, why are you betting soccer? It reminds me of the story of a guy who had lost 15 bets in a row betting hockey games, and he calls his bookmaker, and the bookmaker says, "There's no hockey games tonight. What do you want?" He says, "I got basketball, baseball, soccer." The guy says, "Soccer?" He says, "I don't know anything about soccer." But they lost 15 basketball games in a row, so make sure you know what it is that you're really, really good at, and focus in on that. Allow yourself a chance to win. Number two, make sure you have a predetermined bankroll. Teddy Covers talked about this earlier, and it's so critically important to make sure that you're playing with money that you can afford to lose. It's not what you want to win, it's the money that you can afford to lose and not change your lifestyle. I've seen so many people in this business that are really, really sharp handicappers. They know what they're doing. In fact, I'm sure the counters in Vegas, there's people that go up to those counters in Vegas, and they may bet, they may be a $100 better, a $half better. But if they win and they keep churning profits out, they're going to get the attention of Matt Holt and the sportsbook directors there, because these people, it doesn't matter how much they're betting, it's whether or not they're successful at what it is they're doing in their betting. So you need to become a bet application expert when you're doing that. Make sure you manage your money if you want to end up making sure you have profits at the end of a football season. And number three is you do a daily game plan. You do the checks and the counter checks to make sure you're staying focused, you're remaining disciplined, you're treating this like a business and not like fun, because while it's fun watching a game and it's fun cashing a ticket, the bottom line is a business. And if you want to continue to keep doing it as a fan, or if you want to enter into this business and become a handicapper, you have to make sure that you're approaching it with a business mentality. There's a good friend of mine in Las Vegas also. His name is Bernie Fratto. He was a voice for the Detroit Lions when he lived in Detroit. He lives in Las Vegas now, and I was on the panel with him at the Westgate Superbook contest last year. We were talking about the NFL, and Bernie's a real positive mental attitude kind of a guy. And he always remembers to pound this down my throat. He says, remember, opportunity for greatness comes at the very moment that ordinary people give up. So don't let losing streaks stop you from what your endeavors are. If things are going bad, like Teddy said before, analyze what you did, what you didn't do right, what was my handicap, what did I miss in this handicap? Stay focused on what you're doing, and when the times are at their worst, it's the time you roll your sleeves up and you do your hardest work. Because if you do that, it's going to lay the foundation for your future success in what it is exactly that you're going to ultimately end up doing. I call myself a technical handicapper, and one of the things I want to profess here is that people think I published the Playbook magazine. It's got a ton of trends in there, and they're all good, and they look good, and I want to go out and I want to bet these things. But you got to remember, trends look good, but you don't bet a game just because of a trend, okay? You don't bet a game because of a trend. There are what I call systems or angles that, and the difference in a trend in a system and an angle is that a system or an angle applies to all teams. A trend applies to just one team. A trend can be like a gumball coming out of a machine. You could get 11 yellow gumballs in a row out of a machine. Is that a system? Is that an angle? Is it a pattern? No, it's coincidence. And trends are oftentimes, more often than not, coincidence. If they're not applied logically, but if you look at things from the level of a league as a whole, and it becomes a system or an angle, you can learn to rely on those. And I rely heavily on those with my database. That's my style of handicapping. That's my Woody Hayes approach, if you will, to sports betting handicapping. One of the things that I do is to create a niche, if you will. And when I'm saying a niche, it doesn't matter what your style of handicapping is, what it is that you do. Just make sure that what it is you do, you believe in what it is that you do. Because if you believe in what it is that you do, you can maximize the most success possible from doing that. So create your own niche. The little bit of a niche that I've created here of late has been utilize my database. And with that, instead of handicapping teams and as they are, I'll look at handicapping coaches, or I'll look at handicapping quarterbacks. There's also, you can break down schedules and so forth and whatnot, but within my database, I've created a database of coaches, and I've created a database of quarterbacks. And you ask, well, why would you do that? You can just handicap the team. Well, the fact of the matter is that quarterbacks take on the personalities of the coaches. Whether it's their system that they're running, it's what they're being drilled and taught to do each week. So it's an invaluable tool, if you will, in handicapping coaches and handicapping quarterbacks. With that, I'm going to ask the girls back there if you're ready. Okay, I'm going to show you guys, I want to share with you guys some of the things this year that you can look at for this 2017 football season coming up. College football coaches. And these are coaches that we're going to put them in, which college football coaches are at their very best in the world of handicapping college football. Well, the next slide. Here we go. I hope you can read that. From the top, the best coach in college football in home games, hands down, bar none, is Bill Snyder from Kansas State. The guy is a money-making machine at home. If you want to bet against Kansas State when they're at home, you better have a boatload of reasons to fade Bill Snyder at home. The guy likes to put a show on in front of the hometown crowd. Look at his record, 88-46 in his career at home. I'd love to be 88-46 for my life, okay? But that's what he is. The best college football coach on the road, Northern Illinois, Rod Carey. Relatively young coach, but he's carrying on a winning tradition at Northern Illinois where they know how to win football games on the road. Rod Carey's won 19 out of 25 games in his career on the road at Northern Illinois. They're a road juggernaut, Northern Illinois. Again, if you want to fade this football team, you better make sure you have bullets in your holster. This is probably the biggest surprise of all. The best college football coach today, and I'm talking, these are coaches with their teams that they currently coach today. The best college football coach today, as a favorite, is David Bailiff from Rice, if you can believe that. My God, Rice, a rotten football team. But when they're installed as favorites, they're playing somebody that is really, really a bad football team, okay? And that's the few football games that David Bailiff is capable of winning football games. He's probably not going to be there maybe more than this year. But if he's at home and he's favored, the knee-jerk reaction is, oh, my God, I got to grab the points against Rice. Don't do it. Not at Rice, not against David Bailiff, because that's the one place that he saves his job, if you will. Best underdog coach right now is Chuck Martin, Miami of Ohio. Miami of Ohio had a great season last year, and they mowed down the numbers. The guys on the SBR Forum panel talked a little bit about them earlier and mentioned the fact that Miami lost their first 6 games to begin the season. Then they won their last 6 football games to end the season. That's the only team in college football to ever do that. Miami of Ohio did last year. That was Chuck Martin. Great underdog. 18-9 to the spread. That's 66% of the time that he wins the money as an underdog. Again, these are situations where you might not like these coaches, you might not like these roles, but you might not want to go against them in these particular roles. Or if you do, again, you better have a lot of good reasons. The best coach in conference play, Blake Anderson, Arkansas State. And this is a tradition that's been going on at Arkansas State here for quite a while because they've been a football coaching factory, if you will. There's been a lot of good coaches that have been at Arkansas State. One and done, go to bigger schools. Blake Anderson's currently there right now. He's 17-7 to the spread in conference games. Non-conference games, it was Hugh Freeze. And he was terrific in non-conference games. I'm not saying was because we all know Hugh Freeze just resigned. It was forced to resign. I guess the new head coach there might probably want to know the number of his escort service that he used right now. But it's not going to do. We'll see whether or not it was a Hugh Freeze thing or whether it was a Mississippi thing. But nonetheless, our next slide, if you could do that, please. Okay. The worst money burners in college football. These are the guys that just chew up the money in college football. Terry Bowden, head coach at Akron, former head coach at Auburn, highly successful, but at Akron, he just doesn't get the job done. I mean, it's hard to recruit at that level where he's at right now, and he's not doing a very good. He's 7-17 to the spread. Best coach on the worst coach on the road, Sean Kugler from UTEP, probably won't be there a whole lot longer either. He's 9-15 to the spread. Worst favorite in college football, Joey Jones from South Alabama. Football came on board recently. They're not job done. The worst dog in college football, and you can mark this down. This will be his last year at Arizona, Rich Rodriguez. 10-19 to the spread. And the reason I'm saying his last year at Arizona is if you look at what's happening at Arizona right now, this team has fallen dramatically off the map. And the reason they've fallen dramatically off the map is, and he admits it, he's done a terrible job recruiting. His recruitments are the worst of all Power 5 college football programs. You don't recruit players, you can't win football games. He had a hard time winning football games when he had talent, when he was at West Virginia. Rich Rodriguez, the worst dog in college football. The worst conference coach in college football, Kevin Sumlin, Texas A&M, a little bit surprising. I know Johnny was here talking earlier. He had a big part of the success that Johnny had with Kevin Sumlin, Texas A&M, and the numbers that they covered the spread when Johnny Manziel was there. You take him out of the equation, Kevin Sumlin is not a good spread-beating football coach, and largely because he lays some big numbers here. Non-conference, surprisingly, Rocky Long, who has been a money-making machine at San Diego State, okay, I think Gabe knows this as well, he does not do well outside the conference. He focuses on winning that conference, going to a bowl game, that's his whole MO, and when he's outside the conference, you might want to look to put him on your fade list. Next screen, if you would. Okay, we're going to move over to the National Football League side of things here, and we're going to talk about NFL coaches right now. And these are the best coaches, if you will, in situational roles. Next screen, please. And this is very important for the NFL football. The best coach in the National Football League today, if I polled everybody in here, no one would probably say Mike Zimmer from Minnesota, but all he does is win money. He just is purely 100% focused on winning. That's Mike Zimmer from Minnesota. You do not want to step in front of him, especially in non-division football games. I think his number is like 27-4 or something like that. Away coach, Jack Del Rio, Oakland Raiders. He proved it last year. He knows how to win football games away from home, 14-5. The best favorite in the NFL, Bill O'Brien from the Houston Texans. Very, very good at handling laying numbers. He's 15-6 to the spread. The best underdog coach, Dan Quinn, Atlanta. A lot of that last year, in that big year that they had, he's only been there a couple of years, but he's proving to be a really good money-making coach, if you will. Next screen, if you would, please. These are the money burners, if you will. Jack Del Rio, as good as he is on the road, he's just as bad at home. He's 5-10 to the spread. On the road, Mike Mularkey, I know the guys on the forum were talking about him being a detriment to Tennessee, and a lot of guys like Tennessee this year. Mularkey might get in their way, but he's not good to the spread. He's only 4-9 to the spread. Talking favorite, the worst favorite, Jay Gruden from the Washington Redskins, just 6-11. The worst dog, no surprise, Hugh Jackson and Cleveland Browns, just because they're a rotten football team. They're no good, and it's Hugh Jackson happens to assume that mantle because he's there. He's just 4-12 to the spread. Next screen, if you would, please. These are coaches that, and this is another niche, if you will, in handicapping. This is looking at how coaches perform in the opening month of the season. Do they have their football teams prepared? And you can take this even into the preseason. You can see, how do they prepare in the preseason? Mike Zimmer just wins. It doesn't matter if it's regular season, preseason. Mike Zimmer just goes out for the jugular every football game he plays. Opening month of the season here, Bruce Arians, Arizona, 9-4 the spread. Small sample size, but it's Bruce Arians, it's his personality. He has his football team ready to begin a football season here. Gabe likes him real well this year. I do too. I think this is a football team that's a real keeper this year.
Playing each other in week 2.
Yes,
Bruce Arians, Chuck again.
there you go. So you got Harbaugh second there. He's a real good coach too. A month of there. Chuck Pagano, terrible first month, and as Gabe says, playing Arizona, Indianapolis, week number 2. That's a nice coach collision matchup the first month of the football season here. Mike Tomlin, Pittsburgh Steelers, surprisingly, he's only beat the spread 14 out of 34 times in the month of September. People want to load up on Pittsburgh. It's a mistake to do that early on. Next screen, if you would, please. This is December, the final month of the football season. How do these coaches close out? This is when it counts, when all the marbles are on the line, if you will. Again, look who's at the top of the list, Bruce Arians. And if Mike Zimmer wasn't in the league, I'd be telling you about Bruce Arians being the best head coach in the National Football League from a betting perspective. He brings solid defense to every football game that he plays. He very seldom gets out-coached. In the month of December, he's an animal. He's 14-6-2 to the spread. Pete Carroll, no surprise, Seattle Seahawks always seem to be in the playoffs since Pete Carroll's taken over there, and there's a reason, okay, because Pete Carroll knows how to put it in overdrive the last month of the football season, 21-8 to the spread. Mike McCarthy, Green Bay Packers, 31-16 to the spread. Where Mike McCarthy really excels, guys, is in division games. He just chews up the opponents in division games. He knows the importance of division games, and so too does Aaron Rodgers, his quarterback. I'm going to get to quarterbacks in just a little bit here. The worst coach in the month of December, and remember this year, because everybody's all over this team like white on rice because of what they did last year. This is Jason Garrett, okay, who I don't think can coach his way out of a paper bag, okay? But he was successful last year because of the 2 rookies, okay? Basically because of Dak Prescott and Ezekiel Elliott. That offensive line they have is a wall. So everything fell into place for the Dallas Cowboys last year, okay? He's also, because he's this bad in the month of December, he's also a rotten favorite. He's the worst favorite in the National Football League as a head coach. So good things to keep in mind looking for extra edges. If you would, next screen, please. These are the quarterbacks in the National Football League. And a lot of people maybe dismiss handicapping quarterbacks, and it's a big mistake if you do, because these quarterbacks, they, just like coaches, have their own tendencies and their own personalities. Next screen, please. The best money-making quarterback in the NFL, Aaron Rodgers, hands down. The guy just wins football games, 89-59 to the spread. And if I have a note here, he's even better in division games. He just kills in division games. Tom Brady, no surprise. We put him on the cover of our magazine this year because he's won 5 Super Bowl games, that terrific Super Bowl win he had last year. In fact, I'm going to give you, what I'm going to tell you is the stat of the decade, if you will, about Tom Brady. And in his career in the National Football League, when he's at home playing an AFC team, he's 50-1. 50-1. The only loss that he had, that one loss, came against the Buffalo Bills in the last week of the season. New England had clinched the playoffs. Brady played the first half and went to the bench the second half. He got credited with the loss. He does not lose at home against teams in his conference, guys. 50-1 is a pretty strong number. Russell Wilson, a great money-making quarterback as well, especially as an underdog. We all know the stories about Russell Wilson and how well he plays against other Super Bowl winning quarterbacks, he steps up to the plate like no other quarterback in the NFL, Russell Wilson does. And he also obviously works with Pete Carroll, who's a great money-making machine himself as well. Andrew Luck, he's fallen on some hard times here of late because of injuries. Looks like he might be injured again here this football season here, but he's very, very tough to fade. 43-30, good numbers, but those numbers were a lot better 2 seasons ago. He's really kind of coming down, if you will, because of the injury situation. Next screen real quick, if you would. These are the worst quarterbacks in the National Football League. Surprisingly, Marcus Mariota, who I think is going to be a good quarterback in this league, he's just not getting the number done. I don't know if it's a Mike Mularkey thing, but Mariota's just not covering spreads right now. He's 11-17 to the spread in his career. Matthew Stafford, what a money-burning machine he is. Great quarterback, all the physical tools, #1 pick of the draft, been a starter forever with the Lions. 45-63 to the spread. Horrific as a favorite. If he comes favored to the Detroit Lions, you have to have him on your fade list. Again, you don't automatically knee-jerk and do this stuff, but finding him favored, you're either going to look to play against him or don't look to lay any points with him. I put Robert Griffin RG3 on here. I don't know why. Supposedly he's trying out again with a team in the NFL. He's not won anywhere. He's on this bad quarterback list, 18-23. And the other guy is Josh McCown for the New York Jets, who doesn't surprise anybody either and won't this year. They're going to be absolutely the worst team in the National Football League this year, the New York Jets. The Cleveland Browns are going to lose out of the #1 draft choice because of the New York Jets this year. Okay. Next screen, real quick, if you would. These are the best and the worst quarterbacks in division games. I talked to you about Aaron Rodgers, how good he is. 36-17 to the spread in division games. You don't want to go up against Aaron Rodgers in a division game. You're either going to bet him or, again, just watch the football game. Ben Roethlisberger, we know he's a money-making machine. He's really good as an underdog. He's terrific in division games, 43-27. There's Matthew Stafford again coming up, lousy 15-25. And Ryan Tannehill, unfortunately, down again. Looks like with the injury here. Teddy Covers and I were talking about this yesterday. And the word out of Miami is it may be Jay Cutler. Oh, my God. In Miami, if he goes there. And the only reason Jay Cutler's name doesn't appear on any of these worst lists is because he's not on a roster at this time. But he is hands down the worst favorite in the National Football League, Jay Cutler. So remember that if he does make it to Miami, you want no piece of Jay Cutler or the Dolphins. And by the way, just personally, I think the Dolphins are going to be in for a real hard year this football season here this year. They won 10 games last year. They got out-yarded by 60 yards in a football game. They won, I think, 8 games by a touchdown or less. That stuff bites you, man, the next year. It's that regression to the mean, and the Miami Dolphins are, I think, going to have a real hard time this football season. Next screen, if you will. Let's get into the final month of the season. Russell Wilson, best quarterback in the National Football League in December. Andy Dalton, really good. Surprising, you think Cincinnati's no good late stages of the season. They are in December. They just can't win a playoff game when they get there. Aaron Rodgers, terrific. Matthew Stafford, again, on the bad list. Next screen, please. Okay, let's go over the National Football League side of things now. And this is what I'm calling true strength of schedule. And, it's looking at game. People love handicapping schedules before the season begins, and the most common thing is to look at the opponent's record that they played last year, and that's really the worst way to evaluate a strength of schedule. I found the best way is what I do is I take the opening numbers that Jay Cornegay puts out of the Westgate for season win totals every year. I use that as my starting base, and I add up the collective records of all their opponents to see where they stand with wins and losses, or how many wins are expected to be. If you go to the next screen, please. This year, the team that will take on the roughest schedule in the National Football League, based on opponents' season win projections this year, is the New Orleans Saints. By far, 4.5 wins more than anybody else. It'll be a real rough schedule here for New Orleans based on what Jay Cornegay says that their season win totals will be. Second worst, the Buffalo Bills, who I happen to like this year. Miami's there again, another reason maybe to put them on your fade list. Atlanta Falcons, Super Bowl loser. We all know about the Super Bowl loser syndrome and how tough that is. And I think the Falcons are going to have a real hard time this year, not just because of the syndrome, but because of a lot of other reasons. Detroit Lions, 5th worst, most difficult schedule. Next screen, please. Easiest schedules, okay? Indianapolis Colts, opponents, softest schedule in the National Football League this year. If they can keep Andrew Luck standing up, they may have a chance to take advantage of that. 2nd worst, the Seattle Seahawks, which would be beneficial to them. I know Gabe doesn't like them this year. I do. We'll battle about that on the show this year. 3rd worst, or Cincinnati tied with them with a soft schedule here. I like the Bengals this football season here. They had a rare losing season last year. They've done a lot of good things in the offseason here. I think they're going to be a real sleeper playoff type team this year. Arizona, I like them real well. Fewest wins, Oakland and New England, also soft schedules this year. Next schedule, please. Okay, this is something a little bit different that we do at Playbook, and it's looking at teams and looking at how their opponents did against the spread last year, and looking at them collectively to see, what pattern they have. And I'll tell you what all this really means here is Carolina last year, opponents were 137 and 110 collectively to the spread. Okay, their opponents did real well to the spread. This stuff almost always reverses and goes back to the mean. So you can look for Carolina. Last year went up against that tough spread schedule thing to come back the other way this year. I like the Carolina Panthers real well this year, and one interesting thing about the Carolina Panthers this year, this sort of blew my mind when I come across this, is since the Super Bowl loser who loses a Super Bowl game and fails to make it to the playoffs the following year. So you go Super Bowl, lose, you have your expected down season, you don't even show up, you don't make the playoffs the next year. It's happened 14 times. All 14 times that those teams have made it back to the playoffs the following year. 14 out of 14. That's the Carolina Panthers this year, guys. So keep an eye on that. New York Jets, Buffalo on this tough ATS schedule thing. Bottom side, Jacksonville are playing teams that were really soft against the spread last year. Could be a little more difficult this year. Indianapolis, Tennessee. Next one, if you will. I don't want to go too long on time here. These are what I call the gaffes in the National Football League schedule this year. This is pretty interesting stuff here, if you will. A good friend of mine is Ed Meyer from MTI Sports. Ed's a professor at Baldwin Wallace College in Cleveland, Ohio, and he puts out some terrific NFL stuff. And he's got a computer. Everybody may know that it's an SDL computer. A lot of people use it to handicap with. And if you would go to the next slide. This is breaking down the schedules as they are this year. You take a look at the opponents that are coming off a bye week. The New York Giants are going to face 4 opponents that are coming off a bye week this year, okay? That's not good for the New York Giants, okay? Second, right behind them is Detroit and San Francisco, 3 times each. On the flip side, foes that have a bye week the following week, Cleveland, Miami, New Orleans, 3 times each. And by the way, I'm going to wrap up with this here real quick. I've got this difficulty of schedule thing here. I've got sheets here. Everybody wants. I got some pass outs here. If you want to see exactly what these are, there's really good information here. You're welcome to them. Next screen, please. Opponents coming off a Monday night game this year. Dallas and San Francisco are going to play 4 opponents each that are coming off Monday night football games this year. You have to factor that into your equation, into your thinking, especially late in the season. The 3rd and the 4th times it's going to wear on these football teams. Opponents coming off a Thursday game, Dallas and Washington 3 times each. Keep that in mind. Next schedule, or next screen, sorry. Opponents in division sandwiches, real simple. Had a division game, playing a non-division, have a division game up next. Indianapolis, Dallas, Miami, Oakland, the most this year, 3 times. These are opponents in the second away games. The Miami Dolphins benefit from this because they're going to face 5 opponents this year. They're going to be in the second of back-to-back road games. So that's the one favorable thing for Miami in that sense. On the bottom, Chicago, Jacksonville, Seattle, nobody. Interesting stat. And the next screen, if you will. This might be the last one. That is the last one? Okay. Okay, guys, before I go, I want to wrap it up with, tell you one of my favorite quick stories. and it ties a little bit into the handicapping world. And one of my favorite stories is about a couple, and I can relate to this. My wife and I are doing our 50th wedding anniversary here. Married 50 years, dirt poor, West Virginia. I'll use West Virginia here. And the husband dies, okay, and they got to go to the funeral home. And the wife takes the husband to the funeral home, and the funeral director says to the wife, he says, is there anything we can do, ma'am, to help you out with the funeral here? And they don't have two nickels to rub together. And she says, well, you know, if there's any one thing you could do for us, John always wanted to be buried in a blue suit, and we don't have a blue suit. All I've got is this gray suit. If there's any way at all you can help us out here, I would really deeply appreciate that. So they get John ready, and the next day they lay him out, and she goes to look at the funeral home, and there he is. He's laid out in this casket in a beautiful blue suit. And the funeral director goes up to her and he says, is everything okay, ma'am? And she's got tears in her eyes, and she says, I can't thank you enough for what you did for me. He says, ma'am, he says, it was no problem whatsoever. He says, right after you left, another couple came in. He was about the same size as your husband. He came in a blue suit. He says, I just switched heads. The moral to the story, what I'm trying to tell you is as I close my radio podcast out every week, I close it out with this phrase: remember to always to bet with your head, not over it, and good luck as always if you want to keep your head about you this football season. Thank you very much. If you want to do questions.
Any questions? Raise your hand.
Good? Yeah, we're good. Cool. Thank you.
Keep going for Mark.
Oh, guys, these sheets are here if you want them.
That was great, Mark. You knocked out of the park.
Just
Keep it going for Marc Lawrence, everybody. Wasn't that amazing? So good. Thank you, pal.
Okay.
Sweet. Power here. We're back. All right, you guys. We are going to keep rolling into our last speaker, and it's very exciting to introduce this guy. But can we give some more love for Marc Lawrence? That was really illuminating, man. Really good information. Sweet. So there is a couple notes that we will get into after your final speaker. So stick around because there's some notes about things that are going on. And other than that, it is a real treat to bring up your next guest, who is going to be doing What's in a Line. Just have to ask your drug dealer about that, I guess. Gill's philosophy and approach when it comes to picking winners. And he is the host of a numbers game at the Vegas Stats and Information Network. Let's please give some warm SBR love for Mr. Gill Alexander. Good luck.
Hey everybody, thank you.
Oh, it's good, Mike.
First of all, thanks to the MC who has been spectacular throughout both of these days.
Oh, that's very kind. Thank you, Gill.
Who gave us a phrase earlier today, a costly dump. Well done. I will be repurposing that phrase. I am Gill Alexander. Actually, what I'm going to be speaking about today is not what is listed. We've gone a little late. A lot of people have done picks today, so I sort of wanted to do a more general talk. But big shout to everybody who has spoken already today and yesterday. Marc Lawrence, the SBR guys earlier this morning. We had Ed Feng yesterday. We had Gabriel Morency was here yesterday as well. Everybody who has done such a great job. Teddy Covers as well, of course, and of course Clay Travis as well. So everybody give them a round of applause, I think. My name is Gill Alexander. I host a show at the Vegas Stats and Information Network Monday through Friday. For those who don't know what the Vegas Stats and Information Network is, it is the first sports betting exclusive network on Sirius XM radio. For those of you who remember Brent Musburger, quote unquote, retiring during a college basketball game at Kentucky back in February, what he was really doing was retiring from ESPN to start, along with his family, this network. And it was really an honor to be asked to do the show before Brent's. Literally a job you can't say no to. And for many years before that, many of you may know me from the Beating the Book podcast, which I've done for 5 or 6 years. And the real honor of all of that is to say that in all those years, I've been blessed to get to know real legends who started sports betting in Vegas, whether it was Chris Andrews or Jimmy Vaccaro, Roxy Roxborough, guys who they started the game. This keeps cutting out. Sorry about that. They started the game, and they really, they're guys that are in their 60s and their 70s, and they are unbelievable resources who impart tremendous knowledge. And I think as we head into this football season, I just wanted to recount one thing that Roxy Roxborough said to me about 6 months ago that has stuck with me, and I think here after 2 days, I feel like I should impart on everybody. Roxy, for those who don't know, Roxy Roxborough is a legendary Vegas figure who was the founder of the Las Vegas Sports Consultants. Years after Bob Martin, Marc Lawrence talked about Bob Martin. Bob Martin was the gentleman who set the line in Vegas for so many years. All lines generated from one person, Bob Martin. Well, after that, Roxy did so at Las Vegas Sports Consultants. Roxy was a guy who was a pioneer in introducing predictive modeling into sports betting when he was a bettor, primarily with baseball totals, and then after his work at Las Vegas Sports Consultants. And Roxy says to me at dinner 6 months ago, he says, Gill, no one beats the NFL. Nobody. And I want you to remember that. And so I know many of you might be saying to yourself, really 2 days, and this last guy here comes up and tells us, you can't beat the NFL. Why didn't you tell us that day one? Well, let's think about that. Nobody beats the NFL. What does Roxy mean by that? So much of that comes down to humility and the recognition that what he's talking about makes some sense. Now, we'll get back around to what exactly he means and how you can actually be profitable in the National Football League. But the humility that he's referring to has a lot of tentacles, one of which is just the general notion that the NFL lines are the single most efficient lines in all of sports betting. As Matthew Holt, one of the speakers yesterday, told us, they open the line, sharps bet into them at low limits, they get batted around all week, and by the end, you've got a closing line. And that is just by definition the hardest thing to beat. Many of us here in this room probably think of ourselves as sharp bettors. The definition of what a sharp bettor actually is, if I go 25-0 in my last 25 games, and Marc Lawrence's lovely wife here goes 10-15 in those same 25 games, that does not mean, according to a bookmaker, by just that number, that I am a sharper bettor than she is. The definition of a sharp bettor is simply and only, as any bookmaker will tell you, the rate at which you beat the closing line consistently. And that alone is the best predictor of your future performance. And by definition, what Roxy is getting at is that because the NFL has the single most efficient lines, your ability to beat that over the long haul is lessened. Makes perfect sense. Now, he doesn't mean that you can't beat the NFL on a given Sunday. He doesn't mean that you can't beat it in any given month, nor does he mean that you can't beat it in any given year. After all, this past year's Super Contest winner was a Starbucks barista who won $900,000+ playing the Super Contest. And by mathematical randomness, at this point there's so many entries in something like the Super Contest that you're going to get a winner year after year that hits roughly 65 to 70%. We've even had winners now that hit over 70%. So you can beat the NFL in the short term, but you're battling a whole bunch of things. And one of that, in addition to not necessarily considering ourselves sharp bettors, is to have the humility that we also, as sports bettors, have a strain in us. Our brains are wired to want to, by definition, predict the outcome of future events. And you probably know friends of yours that are sports bettors where that strain bleeds into other aspects of their life as well. They think they know everything about everything. We see it in the Twitterverse where people think they know everything about everything. No one on Twitter has ever lost a bet, you may have noticed. So that's something that we have to combat against as well as sports bettors. The other thing is the humility of recognizing that our method of handicapping, your own method of handicapping, is not the only way to skin a cat. Marc Lawrence talked about fundamental and statistical and technical approaches to betting, not only the NFL, but anything. Well, I look at it as a spectrum as well, a different way of putting that. On the one hand, you have the most math-based handicappers in the world, and I've had the pleasure of working with Dr. Bob, who is one of the pioneers of predictive modeling as well. No one is more black and white than Dr. Bob. I've seen it firsthand. No one works harder. On the complete other end of that spectrum are guys who kind of do it with smoke and mirrors. You don't know exactly how they're coming up with it. Sometimes they refer to it as situational. But the point of that is that oftentimes, and most times, the answer to the handicapping puzzle lies somewhere in the middle. And the humility to understand that your way may not necessarily be the best way is a huge key to approaching this as well. And by the way, within that, you also have to recognize that you've got to evolve. When I was handicapping baseball in 2010 or 2009, I was using sabermetrics probably well before most people were. And the ability to beat baseball just on simple fundamental sabermetrics, from ERA to fielding independent and XFIP, was something successful with BABIP thrown in there. Today, you'll listen to any fantasy show in the world, and they're talking about swinging strike rates and handedness and weighted on base. So if I were to be stuck in that mode, I'm not beating baseball here as well. I've been in a room where even the most mathematical of handicappers argue with each other. Talked about some trends here, Mark did, in the last segment. Well, Dr. Bob was a guy who really relied on trends. I've been in a room with Rufus Peabody, recognized as one of the best sports bettors in the U.S., and Jeff Ma, slamming Dr. Bob for saying those things don't matter at all, period. Trends never matter. They don't have the humility to recognize that at times those actually do make sense. So all of that gets back to what Roxy says. You can't beat the NFL long term. And primarily, he's talking about all those personality strains and the fact that that market is so efficient that beyond a year, the longer you go, the less of a chance you are going to have to beat that. Now, let's park that for a second. And let's get to the legislation of sports betting. We'll come back to this, where you can actually beat the lines. We hear all about the potential legislation coming down the pike. Some say October, maybe November. The Supreme Court is going to rule on pending legalization of sports betting in the United States. Now, there are two basic outcomes that people like to hypothesize. Those are the ones that are promulgated in the media. One, the status quo is upheld and everything remains as normal. PASPA is in effect. It remains as it is. The other possibility that people like to talk about is that PASPA is ruled unconstitutional and that New Jersey and every other state in the union can have at it, make your own markets in sports betting. Now, that sounds great to some of us. Perhaps it will create creativity in the way that offshores have creativity in the markets they create, props, other things. Perhaps regional betting will change. There'll be more hockey bets, say, in the New York area. Some exciting prospects. But there's a third and fourth rail that no one really wants to talk about, and I know Clay Travis put it at 80% earlier. I want to try to steam the under on that a little right now, which is to say that the third rail of that, and this is not me bloviating, this is something that has been put forth in the Duke Review Law Journal. This is something that has been written in Supreme Court amicus briefs headed into this legislation by Ryan Rodenberg, and that is that once this goes to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court only takes 2% of the cases that are brought in front of them, so they have something to say about this. They have, by design, said to themselves, you know what, we have an opinion here. One of those opinions might very well be that, yes, they rule PASPA unconstitutional, but it's not that every state gets to have sports betting. At least on a temporary basis, no state, including Nevada, will be able to have sports betting. Not to say that that's going to be in perpetuity, but at least on a temporary basis, that is a very real possibility. The fourth is, and Roxy Roxborough says that this is also something that he thinks about, so again, not for me. What if, and again, when it goes to the Supreme Court, anything can happen. We think we have control over this, but once legislation hits that level, what if they say, you know what, sports betting for everybody except amateur betting. Amateurs can still be tempted by fixing, no more betting on college athletics. These are real things that could happen. Now, the thing about that is that even with it, let's say it gets legalized tomorrow. Let's say we come past those hurdles. The math has to work out. Vegas used to have a 10% tax on sports betting. Then it had a 2% tax. Today, none of us, probably in this room, most of us are not aware that there's a 0.25% tax that exists in Nevada. And that low of a tax allows Nevada books to offer dime lines, to offer them in a way that they can be competitive with offshores. If they can't figure out the math, even if the legislation goes through tomorrow, then they will fail in achieving the very thing that they hope to achieve, and everyone, the better, the savings, instead of being, the savings in effect, quote unquote, will be passed on to the better, and the better will simply go and bet offshore instead anyway. So there's so many things that need to happen. First, get it past the third rail that I talked about earlier, no amateur athletics, or it's just ruled unconstitutional everywhere under the equal doctrine statute, equal doctrine in this effect ruining sports betting for everyone. But even then, if it goes, the math has to work out. So all of that comes back to what Roxy was saying. You can't beat the NFL. Know this, that the origin of lines is where, and how lines are formed, is where we can find our edge still. So, back in the day, it was Bob Martin, then it was Roxy Roxborough at the Las Vegas Sports Consultants. Today, it's very fashionable to say that all lines get generated offshore. That's true of baseball. Bet Online puts out the first baseball line. Bet Chris, Pinnacle, Grab It. Vegas takes it on air, and it goes in that sort of flow. But in football, Vegas is not shy about starting lines. The Westgate puts out a line on Wednesdays, not the Wednesday of that game, but the Wednesday prior to the next week's games, the look-ahead line. It's a very useful tool to remember as the season progresses. Cantor puts out full season lines back in May. Johnny Avello is the one who releases the first college football line at the Win. By the way, beautiful, nice sports book right now at the Win. But I sit there every day at VEASA in the Vegas Stats and Information Network, and I sit there with Chris Andrews and Jimmy Vaccaro, who are legends in the game, and they are not shy. They are the ones who put out college football season wins first. They put out games of the week before the season starts. They put out many props that others do not put out. No one is shy, and these are human beings. These are not algorithms. So the real advantage for us is not to try to beat the efficient lines of pregame lines for all of those games, but to look at the derivative markets that these human beings are trying to create. Andrew Garoud was a gentleman who worked at Cantor Gaming some 5-6 years ago. He was a British derivatives trader who came in and was the lead developer of the Midas algorithm. That Midas algorithm was supposed to be this amazing tool that you could not beat wagering in-game. Well, Andrew Garoud, as Matthew Holt will tell you, is no longer with us in the United States. And the real advantages in football are in, as we've talked about in this conference before, small conference college football teams. There's over 100 D1 teams, smaller conferences, the bookmakers, the human beings now that you're pitted against are simply not going to be able to make good lines for those smaller conferences. In the NFL, second half lines, again, it's just a function of time. There's not a week for those lines to be calibrated and to be efficient. Those halftime lines are beatable because there simply is a finite amount of time to make them, and you as the bettor have the ability to beat the human beings making them. In-game wagering, we had chat rooms last year where we invited people from all over to try to talk and share thoughts on in-game wagering at all breaks during an NFL Sunday. And what we found, and this is probably no surprise to anybody, is that the discrepancy in the lines was vast, both in a juice situation and in the lines. That's where you will make your hay, doing that kind of wagering. It's humility, it's the recognition up front that you cannot beat NFL lines over the long term. That's the thing. And knowing that where the lines start, that's where it's very beatable. I'll tell you a little story, and just to give you an idea about the reactions of some of these, of some bettors. Back in the day, does anybody know about Cryin' Kenny? Anybody heard about Cryin' Kenny? Cryin' Kenny is a real guy. He was a bettor in Las Vegas many years ago. And Cryin' Kenny was the type of bettor who, as his name suggests, didn't react well to when things didn't go his way. Cryin' Kenny was not an analytical guy. He did not think about the types of bet he was making in terms of, let me see what I did wrong there. Let me see how I can improve. Let me see why I'm not doing this. Cryin' Kenny had the under in a Seattle Supersonics game many years ago. Score was about 0-0, exactly 0-0, I should say, about 6 minutes into the first quarter. And a player by the name of Downtown Freddie Brown, for those who are older who remember Downtown Freddie Brown, got absolutely hacked on a play 6 minutes into a scoreless ball game, put up a circus shot that fell at the bottom of the net. And Cryin' Kenny gets up in the sports book and screams, "Jesus Christ, are they going to make every goddamn shot in this basketball game?" Yeah, the under. It's 2-0. So that's one thing with Cryin' Kenny. By the way, a better Cryin' Kenny story, and the most famous Cryin' Kenny story of all time, is that he had the under in a 1976 NBA championship game between the Boston Celtics and the Phoenix Suns, perhaps one of the most famous NBA championship games of all time. And Cryin' Kenny had the under, and the game went to overtime. Still a stone cold under. And then it went to the second overtime. And then it went to the third overtime. And that was the end of Cryin' Kenny's bet. And people looked over to see how Cryin' Kenny would react. And he was leaving the sports book, so people figured, oh, wow, Cryin' Kenny kind of handled this one okay. And 3 minutes later, Cryin' Kenny in 1976 came back into the sports book with a handgun and shot the screen at which he was watching the basketball game. No charges were filed, and Cryin' Kenny screamed, "That's the last goddamn over on that screen." True stories about Cryin' Kenny. That's how irrational sports bettors react. Cryin' Kenny did no self-examination. He figured he could beat that market every time. He didn't react to bad beats well. The difference with that Starbucks barista that I referred to earlier, who won the Super Contest last year, who won $950,000, if I'm not mistaken, just shy of $1 million in the Super Contest. He still works at that Starbucks, at the Luxor Hotel in Las Vegas. Humble as could be, recognizing at no point did he ever say to himself, oh, it's all about me. I'm that good that I did this. He didn't suffer from confirmation bias. He didn't suffer from the DNA that most sports bettors, very rationally, I mean, makes sense, not rationally, but it's logical that it follows that sports bettors who like to be right about the outcome of future events might think to themselves, can't get it going. We're back. There we go. Might think to themselves they know a lot about everything in life in any other kind of subject. He didn't fall victim to that as well. And he recognized also along the way that maybe he was just blind fortunate for 17 straight weeks. Maybe he just got butt lucky the whole way. And there's a lesson in that. It gets back to Roxy's first statement, which is you cannot beat the NFL. So as you approach the NFL, think about those words. No one beats the NFL. Nobody. And if you come in with that approach and you think to yourself, okay, let me attack the markets that aren't as efficient. Let me get the ones that human beings like Chris Sanders and Jimmy Vaccaro or any bookmakers making on the drop of a dime going into a second half. Like these in-game wager numbers that are exploitable at every break of an NFL. you are so far better off in doing it towards your approach to the NFL season. That is your task. It's probably the best bit of wisdom I can give headed into an NFL season. And know that legalization is not around the corner. And so for this year, the status quo will remain on how you can get information to help you with your NFL season. Bit of breaking behind the scenes news. I know of some networks, perhaps it's VSiN, perhaps it's not, who delve into the content of sports betting. And the NFL, now that this is going into the Supreme Court, the NFL has taken the position behind the scenes that because this has gone to the Supreme Court this year, they are not going to put their finger on the scale. They are not going to push at this point. Now, you can take them at their word, whatever their reasoning is, but that's legit. They're not going to change anything. So this year on Football Sundays, you will not see any reference to lines on any type of pregame or postgame coverage. ESPN will not make reference to lines this year on Football Sundays. You will notice that their ESPN chalk coverage will diminish, and that is a conscious decision by the NFL influencing their partners, saying, let's let this go another year. Let's see how it gets adjudicated in October, or again, November, if you're to believe some people who believe it's going to be delayed. And no matter how it falls, we'll go from there. And so your task then also is, all right, I'm going to go to podcasts. I'm going to go to the Vegas Stats and Information Network. I'm going to go to these other places where I can get solid betting information. And getting back to that spectrum, again, it's one thing to know that Phillip Rivers has a 136 rating when he throws to Hunter Henry, which could help you both in your bets and perhaps in fantasy as well. It's another thing to know that the Chicago Bears have the easiest schedule in football the first 7 weeks of the season and the hardest the 11th week on. It's another thing to know that the Oakland Raiders last year had the worst point differential of any team that ever went 12-4. There's so many little nuggets that you could pick up. The Philadelphia Eagles, 1-6 in one-score games last year, playing the toughest schedule in football. And now Carson Wentz is a year older. And now there's Alshon Jeffrey and Torrey Smith and Lane Johnson, who was out 10 games last year. Key offensive lineman is back in. Yes, you have to do your football homework. You have to be that much more prepared than the next guy, certainly. But really it comes down to, once you have that, it's the money management and the ability to discern where your edge is. Roxy's words, again, you can't beat the NFL, but for a sliver of time, you might be able to beat the NFL. I hope there's something in that wisdom for everybody. We're running a little late today, so I wanted to keep it a little short, but that's essentially the story that I want to leave you with Roxy. I hope Crying Kenny helps you as well. Any questions? No questions. All right. We're good. Thank you, sir.
Sweet. Great job. Keep it going for Gill Alexander, everybody. Yes. Man, that was wonderful. Man, I can't believe it's almost fucking done, man. What an incredible 2 days. It's just been incredible. So the winners of the brewery tours, the shuttle leaves at 5 o'clock. The master brewer will be there. Hope that's the only master part taking place. So the master brewer will be taking you on the tour, while I will be masturbating in room 511. The shuttles leaving for the airport for all of us are all free shuttles. 3 a.m., 7 a.m., 9 a.m., 11 a.m., and 2 p.m. We also want to give a major shout out to the sponsors that made this all happen. So if we could all give some love to Bet Online, Intertops, and uwager.eu. And then none of this would have been able to happen if it wasn't for all the wonderful people at Sportsbook Review. So could we please give them a huge round of applause? Thank you so much, Sportsbook Review. This has been incredible, absolutely incredible, incredible couple of days. So we're going to show a short message from our sponsors, and then there's just one more thing we'll be doing before we're free to go to Hotel Del Rey. So just a quick message. Here we go.